Lifters have 60 seconds once the bar is loaded to get set up, get under the bar, and receive the command to begin the lift. During the squat, lifters need to start with their knees locked and listen for a squat command before beginning the squat. Any movement or wiggling around to get in position is totally acceptable until they receive that squat command. Once they receive the command, they need to descend until the top surface of their legs at the hip is lower than the top of the knees. After that, the rest is simple. Simply stand up with the weight to completion, making sure the knees are locked and you're motionless before receiving the rack command. There are a few common causes for a missed lift. One of the most common is that the lifter didn't squat deep enough. This is a red card. Or they started or finished the squat but their knees were still bent. This is a blue card. The other blue card is for beginning the ascent and double bouncing or descending a second time before completing the lift. Everything else is a yellow card, including losing balance and taking a step, racking the bar too early before receiving the rack command or beginning the squat too early, or intentionally using their elbows to leverage off their legs. Now you know the rules of the squat.
I have no idea. I think these are off-brand. I got from a like a little fair. Oh no, we're still. Test a little loud. Does it sound okay? Can you hear me okay? All right, what is going on, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome to the 2023 Northeast Regional Championships for USA Powerlifting here in beautiful Albany, New York. We are joined, well, first we want to give a quick shout out to all of our sponsors that have helped put on this meet today. We've got 110%. We've got PSB Productions that are going to be in charge of our live stream and our video for today. Lifting Cast, Bent Barbell, or Bent Bar Powerlifting. White Toe Lifting Co. and then Kev Drew Productions. They're going to be doing all of the photography and videography for this meet today. And we're going to give a quick second to introduce ourselves. My name is Nick Stevens, a.k.a. Gainendorf. On the track, y'all know me. If y'all have seen me around, y'all recognize the voice. Good to see you back on the stream. And I'm joined by the one and the only.
I'm Jackie Malater. I commentated Midwest Regionals, and some of you might know me as Pizza Princess.
Pizza Princess. I know you that is now. I'll only call you that for the rest of the day. Alrighty, so we are just getting ready to get our action started here. We probably got another, well, actually, as of right now, Platform 1 is locked and loaded and ready to go. So they're going to finish introducing our referees, and we are going to get the party started over on Platform 1.
Okay, and then they're going to do the national anthem before we get started here.
Yeah. So we're going to take a quick second to kind of go over the kind of the rules of the game for squat. If y'all have already tuned in, y'all kind of saw our beautiful preview that we made signifying the rules of the squat, the different regulations and the different bits of judgment that all the referees are looking for the lift. The primary thing I think with our squat that we're looking for is going to be depth. I think that's going to be the big call that we're going to miss for a lot of our lifters. If we do see them, I mean, it's the most common infraction given.
Yeah, and sometimes it's a little bit hard to see it from this live stream angle, but I think we might have some side angle replays.
Yeah, absolutely. So if y'all are watching, you're gonna get a sneak preview of the side view. What? This is brand new, folks. We got y'all a side view. So this will be a great. Actually, this is a perfect like angle to see depth, especially
Yeah.
from the viewpoint of the rear judge. So that'll be great.
When I'm reffing, I typically want to put my seat back there so that I can see through the spotters and loaders and see where that hip crease is.
Yeah. Yeah. And y'all are gonna be listening to our voices all day. So let's tell you a little bit about ourselves. You start.
A little
Tell
bit
us a bit about
me. Okay, well, I've been powerlifting for about 3 years now, and about a year ago, I decided to become a referee and start directing meets. So I kind of just jumped
Awesome.
into powerlifting. But when I'm not powerlifting, I'm a PhD student in electrical engineering. So that's the two things I do with my life.
That's crazy. Yeah, I know post-grad can kind of become your entire identity.
Yeah.
um,
How about you, Nick?
yeah. So, hi guys, I'm Nick. Been powerlifting and been in the powerlifting realm for probably 7, 8 years now. Competed my first meet in 2017 and never looked back. Been commentating for about 3 years now. Am a USAPL club certified coach, and I'm not in school, so that's about it.
That's good. Life is better when you're not in school.
That's right, that's right. Now, ladies and gentlemen, if y'all can hear kind of the backdrop behind us, you know that voice, and you might see him on camera here a couple times. That's the one and only Gino, Beyond Cherry, Gino Powerlifting. He's going to be the one doing.
Gino?
That is Gino.
Oh,
Yep.
man.
He's going to be doing a lot of our emceeing today.
Oh, yep, I saw the fancy pants he always wears.
Yep. You know Gino's in town when you see the fancy pants and you hear Kickstart My Heart. And we have got our action started, ladies and gents. So we have Miss Tammy Allen over on platform 1. She's going to take 47.5 kilos.
All right, so it looks like she maybe missed the command, but she didn't let it phase her. She's going to finish out that lift anyways.
And that does look like a no lift over on platform 1 for Miss Tammy. So ladies and gents, if you are watching at the bottom of the screen here, this is going to be kind of our heads-up display. So you'll see their name, the lifter's name, their weight class, their age group, and then you'll see all of the weights that they're attempting. You'll also see under that attempt a red light, a blue light, or a yellow light. That will indicate the level of infraction, or what was wrong with that lift to not do a white light.
All right, so as we see the color cards, we can explain what those mean throughout the lift, so you guys can learn a little bit about the technical parts of powerlifting.
Absolutely. All right, we've got Yael over on platform 2.
Okay.
They're going to take 231.
There we go. Looks like a great squat. Okay, and on platform 1, we have Joyce. She's got 15 seconds to take her first attempt.
It looked like she had a little bit of a bobble, and I think she tried to get under the bar and just start immediately. So the head ref kind of just let her reset, wait for the commands, and we'll get the squat out of the way. But as long as she gets the start command within that time limit, she's good.
A really great thing is the refs are here. They're on the lifter side, so if you need a little reminder before you get that command, they'll definitely help you out.
Absolutely. Caroline Lewis on platform 2.
There we go. And then Emma on platform 1, taking 72.5 kilos. She's one of our Teen 1 lifters, so she's very young and getting in the sport early.
Wow, Teen 1. So, ladies and gents, that is between the ages of 14 and 15. I don't know what y'all were doing at 14. I definitely wasn't powerlifting.
Nope. She smoked her opener.
All right, here comes Elijah on platform 2. 270 pounds.
Very nice. Looked very deep.
And now a lot of these openers, ladies and gents, if you're new to powerlifting or you haven't, it's been a while since you've hopped on a meet, you're going to see a lot of these openers move pretty darn quickly. And the mentality behind that is you want to be sure you have a solid squat and a confident squat to put a number on the board, because what you don't want to do is bomb out.
And typically the scariest lift of the meet is that first squat.
Absolutely. That's what I tell all of my younger lifters. You know, once you get that first squat out of the way, the whole rest of the day is fun.
Yeah. So yeah, you want to build that confidence. Do you typically like to take your opener as your last warm up? You said you're a coach, so what's your philosophy?
Yeah,
for that?
so in terms of like last warm ups, I schedule it in a way where it's kind of like more of even jumps from like their last 2 warm ups into their first attempt. So say they're opening at 120 kilo, right? I'll go probably go 115. No. 110, then 120, and then let's say 130, 140, so on and so forth.
Yeah.
That way we have even jumps all the way through. That way there's not a huge shock outside of what we can expect. But I have heard of people taking their openers in their warm-up room.
I don't.
And I don't necessarily agree with
that,
it,
no.
but
I think if you have enough energy to take that twice, why are you wasting it?
Exactly. Hey, you should be a coach. Mr. Lee Rogers with a 3 white light lift at 137.5.
We got Michelle opening up with 232 pounds at the weight class of 52 kilos, so that's around 110 pounds body weight, so it's over a double body weight squat.
I think 110 is how much my leg weighs. I think.
All right, so when you're setting up for the squat, you have to wait for the referee's commands, and so sometimes when you haven't done a lot of meets, it's easy to forget about that.
No, absolutely, and that's one of the things that I try to work on with all of my lifters, especially like if they're newer or they don't have as much like platform maturity, I like to call it. Train everything to comp standard.
Yeah.
It's like even before you hop into any sort of meet prep, learn the commands, learn to train to those commands, because I mean it's not going to matter how much weight you move
Right.
unless you do it per the judge's standard. So.
Yeah, and it's always nice to get like a good training crew who can do those commands for you, pretend
Absolutely.
to be a referee, just so you're ready for game day.
Yeah, it's always good to know a referee in the gym.
Looks like Prem has a very easy opener of 107.5 kilos, and he gets 3 white lights.
I love his hair. Here for it. All right, Mr. Manuel taking 152.5. That is 336 pounds over on platform 2.
Got the old school SBD red, white, blue singlet.
I was going to say, I haven't seen that in years. Do you remember when SBD started selling like the Team USA, like American flag singlets, and
Yeah.
everybody went crazy? The good old days. All right, Manuel gets that start command. Looks like beautiful depth from our end, and we can even tell, looks like the angle's kind of tilted down a little bit.
Yeah, so it's especially hard for us to see, so when we think it's depth, it's like
That's one
very
of the things.
likely depth.
Yeah, that's another thing I like to tell people whenever I'm commentating and I only have like 1 or 2 good views. I'll always be like, you know what? I'm just a commentator. I'm not a judge yet. I think at high school nationals they called us the backseat judges because we got so many calls wrong.
Yeah. I mean, it's one thing to be out here sitting in a comfy chair. It's another thing to be like a referee. They get in all these weird angles to make sure they see the best view. So I trust their judgment.
Absolutely.
So on platform 1, we're actually going racks in. So you can see the spotters and loaders are pushing the uprights in. Some lifters actually opt to do that for a multitude of reasons.
What are those reasons?
The reason why I tried it out was because when I walk out, I kind of swing the bar, so I like hit the uprights. So
okay.
that's one reason. Another reason is typically if you're like a really big lifter, a big guy,
Mhm.
like for example, Ray Williams, he gets his hands all the way out to the edge of the plate, so you'd want to put the uprights in so that you don't like jam your fingers on the way back in.
Absolutely. I'm a wider person, and my arms are even longer, but I've tried to go full width on the bar. It feels awful. I can't stand it. So I've luckily never had to go arms in.
Yeah. I mean, I guess for the walkout, it does feel a little bit nicer.
All right, we got Trevor Schnitzer on platform 2. He's walking up to 407 pounds.
Very nice opener. He's a teen too, so
Yeah.
squatting 400 as a high schooler.
Where are these kids coming from?
I don't know, man. But I love to see it.
I know. I have 11 lifters under me right now, and I want to say like 6 of them are junior or under, which is a lot.
It is a lot.
It's basically like running a summer camp, but
But I mean, the potential to like grow younger lifters into like elite athletes is
absolutely.
very exciting.
Absolutely.
Okay, on platform 1, we're waiting for Mackenzie Anderson.
Here she comes.
She'll be taking 112 and a half. I think that's just shy of 250 pounds.
That is, yeah, 248. Wow, you don't even need the numbers to know what weight it is. That's crazy.
I know everything up to like 450 pounds, and then like
Valid.
anything over that, I'm like, that's a lot of weight.
Valid. All right, Colin Murillo with the beautiful Team Brazil singlet, the Brazilian national singlet. I love that.
Wow, that is a really nice looking singlet.
It's rare you see world level singlets at at the state regional level. I love it. How'd they get their hands on that?
Well, I think there's some like black market trade of singlets.
Ah, okay.
Either that or he competed in Brazil as a world's lifter.
Hey, either or. Either or, he's wearing it. That was a 3 white light lift. And Colin, he elected to go a little bit more narrow with his squat, and you're going to see a lot of lifters with a lot of different stances. Some lifters like to go closer in, give themselves more of a quad or a glute dominated squat. Other people like to go a little bit wider, give themselves more of a hamstring hip dominated squat.
Got Patria taking 117.5. To your point, I think, that stance kind of widens the bigger the weight class gets.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I have yet to see, and I'm a big man myself. I'm in the 110, 125 kilo class. There's not a person above 90 with a narrow stance as far as I can tell.
I think with the narrow stance, it's like very strong, but a little bit harder to get depth.
And a lot of that comes from the hip mobility as well. Speak of the devil here, Matthew Lee, insanely wide squat. And it's going to be a 2 red light lift. So you see, ladies and gents, the red lights at the bottom with red squares underneath. That red square is going to indicate a depth infraction. We've got Saul Vargas coming up on platform 1, 303 pounds loaded up. That's 137.5 kilo.
Got on platform 2, Eric Hogan. He coaches a lot of people in the Boston area.
Oh, really?
Oh,
okay.
yeah. So Coach Man's up on the platform today.
It was funny, as a USAPL certified coach, you have to have all your logos and all your things approved by the national office. I remember seeing his logo so many times.
Really?
And I was like, that is the coolest thing. It's a rack, but it's an H. Oh, that's wicked.
Oh, and he makes light work of that 200-kilo opener. That's about 440 pounds.
That's right. And I can respect anybody with a headband.
Saul has an easy opener as well, just over 300 pounds. There's nothing better than getting 3 white lights on your opening squat, just to
It'll just
build that
eliminate
confidence.
all of the nerves.
Yeah.
All of them. Now me, I was, when I was in my prime, I was a squat specialist. So squats never really gave me that much nerves. But when bench and deadlifts came around, oh, I was a wreck.
Oh,
I was an
man.
absolute wreck. Morgan Wilderman, as we are moving on to second attempts already on platform 1. 107.5 goes down nice and easy.
I do love an efficiently run meet. I've done like those. I know there was this huge controversy about 4-flight meets on Instagram like a week ago. I'm of the camp of like, nah, I like the 2 flights and then like I get the day over with faster because
I agree.
by time I get to deadlifts after a 4-flight meet, I'm just mentally checked out. Like,
I'll say and a lot of times when you think about, you have to think about from the standpoint of the lifter rather than the spectator, right? Obviously, we're trying to get powerlifting to become more of a spectator sport, but ultimately the lifters matter, and ultimately their experience matters more. And so, if you're a lifter and you have to wait 4 whole flights before you can squat and bench, that is such a long time. Whereas for me, if I only have to wait, an hour and 15 in between, that's great.
that's still plenty of time. We have Tammy on platform 1, and so she went up from her opener. I think she missed on command, so
Right.
this should be easy work.
Now, that's a question I have for you as kind of a referee, kind of on the other side of it. When you have a lifter that, like when you give them a red light and they miss their opener and you see them go up, what do you think they're thinking about? Like, what would motivate them to want to go up rather than staying at that weight?
So I've actually seen multiple cases. If they made very easy work of their opener and they go up and it was just like a small technical thing, then I'm like, yeah, that makes sense. Like, don't leave those kilos on the table if you know that you can make that fix. I've also seen people do like kind of a tough opener and miss on like depth, maybe like 2 or 3 inches high, and I'm like, okay, what are you doing? So if you know that you can make those changes and you're very confident, I don't think there's a problem with going up.
Absolutely, and a lot of that comes down to having a good coach and having a good handler at your meet. If you don't have either of those, your meet is going to be a lot tougher.
Okay, and then on platform 1, we have Emma coming up. She's one of our teen lifters.
Emma Mancina. It looks like we're up to second attempts on platform 1 as well. So we are just cruising right along. Caroline Lewis with a very nice wide stance, and she's even got her name across the singlet.
That's super cool. I'd love to get a custom singlet. I should do that.
I told myself I was going to get a custom singlet, and then I got hurt.
Oh, no.
So I haven't worn a singlet in a while.
All right.
That's a good lift for Emma.
Hopefully she can get a PR today with the way that second attempt moved.
Absolutely. All right, here comes Elijah. She's going to take 127.5. That's 281. And then Miss Jenny Wang over on platform 1, she's going to take 214 pounds.
So you might notice that some of these lighter lifters take a little bit smaller jumps than some of the bigger lifters we'll see here on the platform. And so it's all relative to like weight class. So like a 5-kilo squat jump for these weight classes is perfectly reasonable.
Absolutely. And you got to think about too, weight class, and it's even more crucial when you move on to bench and you move on to deadlift, because it can be very, very fast. That intensity goes up, especially on bench if you're a lady.
Yeah.
I've got a few of my lady lifters. One of whom's a 56 kilo. She's she's tiny, and so even like small jumps like 2.5 kilo, like even those can throw her off.
Oh yeah.
So super important.
I'll smoke a bench and then I'll go up like 2.5 kilos and it'll be like a grinder and I'm like, how does this happen?
Jennifer Wong, 135.
All right, Paige taking a second attempt. She didn't quite get her opener, so let's see if she gets in the meet with this second attempt. Oh, and
she's in.
3 white lights.
All right, here comes that walkout from Miss Jennifer on platform 2.
So if some of you are new to watching powerlifting, in order to register a total for the meet, you need to get at least 1 attempt of each of the squat, the bench, and the deadlift.
That's right. That is. I kind of mentioned it a little bit. I did say bomb out, but I realized I didn't really explain what that meant. So thank you.
Oh yes. So if you don't do that, it's called bombing out.
Yes. Yeah. That's just you're out of the game. And so what that means is you're not able to post any sort of total. You don't stand for any placings or anything like that. You can't. I think
Can't
you can
get-
still. No, you can't get records. You can't attempt any records or anything like that. You can still finish out the meet.
Yeah.
And you can still add numbers to your personal total, but it won't be registered for the meet.
Yeah.
All right, Mr. Lee Rogers, 145, 319 pounds. It's a very smooth three-plate date for Mr. Lee. You saw he chose to go a little bit faster on his
Yeah.
descent there. I wish my knees could handle that, but they
Yeah.
cannot.
So yeah, some people like to use that rebound to get some power out of the bottom of the squat.
My knees would snap.
Yeah, I like to have a little more control, but
Yes.
if you can manage that, it can be very powerful. So
Yeah. I mean, case in point, Jamar Royster. He's a dive bomber.
was that?
He
Did he compete
dives.
at that TBS meet? Or I'm thinking of someone else.
You might be thinking of someone else. I don't think he did TBS yet. I think he's doing nationals. This is his next one. But I mean, he'll just dive bomb 800, and it's nothing.
Again, if you can make it work.
Ooh,
All
Mr.
right.
Phillip with a strong grind on platform 2.
We'll see if he goes up maybe 2.5 kilos after that. Try to build the total just a little bit more.
Yeah, and that's a good approach that I think a lot of people don't often think about. If you have a second attempt that's a little bit heavier than you imagined, it's okay to only go up 2.5 kilo because you're still chipping away at that total.
Right, and actually some people, if their second attempt is too hard, they'll actually just scratch their third and save some energy for their bench and deadlift instead.
Which I, as a quote-unquote new generation coach, I am fully okay with scratching attempts.
I have
I do not-
definitely done that
Oh.
before.
Ladies and gents, you're watching on platform 1. I think we just got a state record completion by Mr. Prem.
Nice work.
We missed that. I gotta have my lifting cast is down. That's why I didn't see it. There we go. Okay.
So it looks like Manuel is having to retry walking out his bar, so that means he didn't get the start command. He's got 5 seconds before the timer goes out, so we'll see if he gets that command.
Ooh, he got that command with 0.3 seconds left, ladies and gents. That was a buzzer beater. Wow, and it was a good squat, too.
Okay, so the ref's telling him some feedback for the next time he goes out on the platform.
And Mackenzie Anderson with a beautiful second attempt at 264.
Yep, 264. Now we have Patria coming up on platform 1. I've actually trained with her a couple times.
Oh, really?
Yeah, she's a very, very strong squatter.
Now, this is a hot take I like to ask all of my co-commentators. Are you partial to squat advantage or deadlift advantage? Because almost nobody has bench advantage.
I'm kind of a bench specialist myself.
I shouldn't have spoken.
But I think deadlift. If you're going to be a specialist, you want to be a deadlift specialist.
Why is that?
Because if you're competing and it's neck and neck, and you know that your competitor is not as strong as a deadlifter as you, then you can just lift what you need to win and not have to empty the tank. So you definitely have an advantage there.
That's right. All right, Trevor Schnitzer, he is making his way up to the platform now, 185 kilo, 407 pounds. He's going to retake his opening attempt that he missed. I want to say it was...
He missed on
depth. That's
yeah.
right, because he had the very wide stance. That's right. And this is our teen lifter between the ages of 16 and 17. We've got Morgan Barnes over on platform 1, taking 275.
Very strong squat.
Oh, wow.
Very nice. She's got a little bit higher of a sticking point, but she worked right through it.
That might have been one of the more objectively pretty squats I've seen all day. Now Trevor goes way in. Wait a second.
Now that is surprising.
He completely changed his stance up, it looks like, and it didn't pan out.
Depth.
That's still going to be 2 reds.
So if you're new to powerlifting at some of these national level meets, and this kind of qualifies as a national level meet, we have a jury here. So we have another set of judges who are also judging the lifts. And if you get at least 1 white light, you are allowed to go to the jury table and ask them what they thought of the lift and potentially get it overturned to a good lift.
And I've actually seen that happen at Carolina Primetime. There was a lift that was overturned, and we were fortunate enough to have a jury there. So super important if you're a handler or a coach and you see that one of your lifters might have had a bad call, super important to go over there and at least check it out because it can't hurt.
Yeah.
Right? The least they can say is no.
So what you do is you put like $100 down on the table, but if your request was reasonable, you almost always get your money back.
Right, right. Colin Murillo with a very narrow stance, very dive bomb squat, but I like it and it works for him.
Yeah, 210 kilos at 67 and a half.
That's pretty crazy.
Impressive.
Kenny Wong, he's going to retake 170. That's 374 pounds. He comes up to the bar now.
I feel like a lot of people on Platform 1 have missed their openers, and I'm not sure why.
I want to say, like, first squat jitters.
It could just be coincidence, yeah.
Either that or, because we're at the regional we're at the regional level, so all these lifters would have had to have done a meet before and posted a total. So there is some sort of experience that has to come into play here.
That's right. And sometimes at local meets, you don't have to have national level judges there. So sometimes the caliber of judging is a little bit more difficult at national level meets.
That's absolutely right.
But that's why I think it's a great thing. If you're thinking about doing nationals someday, you should definitely do a test run at like regionals.
Absolutely. For refereeing or just for in general?
Just to get used to the kind of standard of judging.
Oh
that
yeah,
is
absolutely.
At a national level.
Yeah. Eric Hogan with a beautiful 3 white light second attempt. We're going to move on to Matthew Lee. That's 473 pounds. And Miss Tammy Allen, she's going to start off our 3rd attempts, folks. We're already into our 3rd attempts on squat for our first flight on Platform 1.
So Tammy is a Masters 5 lifter. So she's in well, I'll let you look that up.
She is between
I feel
the
rude
ages.
saying the age.
I'm not going to look up her age. We just know that you're never too old and you're never too young.
I'm like, I always try to get my mom to do strength training, and I'm like, listen, I see people who are almost in their 90s.
Right. And that's a good lift, ladies and gents. Miss Tammy with a 2 white light lift.
Wonderful, wonderful job.
Gets the Gino hand raised.
Aw, so adorable.
And now I was wrong. Matthew Lee was the one with the very wide stance that missed on depth. So I was wrong.
All right, let's see if he can
like he had a little bit of a bobble on his way
get
up.
at least 2 white lights. That's all we need. 3
and
white
he gets
lights.
3. He is in the meet, ladies and gents, and he's going to round out our 2nd attempts. We're going to move on to Miss Morgan Wilderman. She's got 112 and a half, 248 pounds.
And we have Joyce taking 77 and a half kilos. She's a Masters 3 lifter.
I almost like seeing masters and teens and juniors almost more than the open.
I love to see it. I always talk about this. I think powerlifting is a good sport for all types of people in all different walks of life.
Absolutely.
So to see everyone out there being united by the sport, it's just a really great thing to see. And then Emma, we have Emma coming out. She's our Teen 1 lifter, and she's going to take 82 and a half kilos. So that's somewhere in the realm of like 170 pounds.
181.
181, my bad.
All right, we've got that stream loaded back up on Platform 2 for y'all.
All right, Emma has a very beautiful looking squat. I saw a little smile at the end, so she's happy about that.
And I would be too. Two white lights.
lights.
To finish out 3 for 3 on squat has got to do so much for your mental going into bench.
Yeah. Confidence is everything.
Absolutely, and especially in a sport where, powerlifting's such a mental game more than anything because it's only you on the platform.
Right.
Oh, what a grind for Yael.
Oh, so close.
Referees give her that replace command. Shout out to the spotters and loaders for keeping her safe, walking her back into the rack.
If you want to know who's really behind the meat, is our spotters and loaders. None of this would be possible without them up there on the platform.
Absolutely, and we want to. You're gonna hear Jackie and I talk about it all day. Like spotters and loaders, 100%. Like they make the meet, they make the tempo of the meet. They're keeping our lifters safe. Without spotters and loaders, we don't have meets.
Exactly. So if you're involved in powerlifting and you want to give back to the community, then definitely consider volunteering for a meet.
Absolutely. It's almost a requirement that I have for some of my newer lifters. Like, if you want to compete, you're going to volunteer first because you have to know what the other side has to go through in order to make sure that you have a good experience. Here's Michelle Waters. She looks like she's going to retake 112 and a half.
So she has to get this lift to have a total in the meet.
And they'd like the smooth squat. And that's 2 white lights.
All right, so that's a big breath of relief.
All right, so far, no one's had to bomb out. Where's the wood? I'm gonna knock on wood. So far, no one's had any issues. Everyone's been able to pull out and at least get 1 squat on the board.
Elijah taking 132.5 kilos here on platform 2.
Ooh, that might have been a little bit high.
It looks strong, but
and it was, yep. So most often one of the ways you can kind of tell if you're watching at home if the lift will be called on depth or if it was called on depth. Most likely it's one of the 2 lights on the side. That'll indicate our side judges would have seen depth, and they definitely have the best view of that.
Yeah, so typically the front judge doesn't call depth as often, but as a ref myself, I have called depth from the front.
Oh, it can be. I mean, we have a front view, and we could kind of plainly tell. So, and that just goes to show, if you're a referee and you know the call and you know it, stay confident in it because chances are you're right.
And, at the end of the day, like, refs are humans too, but most of the time, they're right.
And that's why they're in the chair and you're not. Sorry.
And that's why there's 3.
That's why there's 3. That's right.
All right, so Paige makes it through that sticking point. Let's see if she gets that lift. Yes, just over a 250-pound squat for Paige.
All right, now Mr. Prem's walking up to platform 1. He is already a state record attempt under his belt, and he's about to do another one. State record attempt squat, 259 pounds. Raw Masters 3, 67.5 kilo weight class.
That must be crazy to beat your own record. All right,
As a Masters
Paige
3.
is very happy out here in the hallway.
Oh, we can hear the shouts. We see the joy. We see the happiness. The big old wet kiss from Mom. Y'all can hear that on the mic.
All right, let's see if Prem can beat his own state record.
Yes, he absolutely
wow.
can. What?
I think he had 2.5 more kilos in there.
Prem and Lee, both very strong squats, but it looks like Mr. Lee on platform 2 will be a no lift on depth.
And unfortunately, he cannot contest that lift since there were 3 red lights.
That's right. All right, and we are moving right along, folks. Mackenzie Anderson, she's going to take 275. And Mr. Phillip, he's going to take 330 kilo. Or 330 pounds, excuse me. That's 150 kilo. I'm going to do that a lot.
It's all good. We'll be here for a long time.
I'll at least be on the mic all day today and tomorrow. So if my numbers are weird, sorry in advance. I'm doing my best.
Well, we're so happy to have you. Having commentators on the live stream makes it much more interesting to watch.
Oh, no, I absolutely agree. Watching a lifting stream without commentary,
Well, I don't know about me. I'm
kinda
not
boring.
hyping myself up, but just from like me watching lifts, like live streams, it makes it a little bit better.
Oh, no, absolutely. Oh, here comes Philip. Oh. He kept inching and just ran out of gas on that last attempt there with that sticking point. He'll still finish out 2 for 3 on squat, which is phenomenal.
So that's one of the strategic parts of powerlifting is knowing how much do I have like for that third attempt. So if you would have called maybe 2.5 kilos smaller of a third attempt, it could have been there.
Right.
So
Exactly.
it's just the tough part of the sport, and you get better at it the more experienced you are.
Yeah. And again, case in point, it's all the more reason why you should have a good handler and a good coach behind you, because they're generally someone that knows you, they know your strength, and they know, how much more you have.
Right. So
Generally, is someone you've.
what's a handler?
So a
explain
handler
that?
is. Yeah, thank you. I'm kind of just shouting out terms. So a handler, it can be your coach, it could be your friend, it could be a family member, it could be anybody that knows you as a lifter in all of the ways, right? They know the speed of your lifts. They know how to keep track of your mental health on meet day. They know how you respond to good lifts and bad lifts, Generally, you want a handler there so they can call your attempts. They're the ones that kind of take all of the stress away from you, so you only have to focus on lifting.
Yes, so it's very important to have a good handler.
Yeah, and Morgan Barnes, unfortunately, that's going to be a no lift. Just ran out of juice on that third attempt there.
Still got 2 lifts in for squat.
Absolutely. And Saul Vargas, they're going to retake 147.5 kilo, which is 325 pounds.
Nelson Castillo on platform 2. One of our Teen 3 lifters.
Very smooth and controlled descent. Can he inch his way up?
Oh,
Yes,
wow.
he can. Now, I can see where a judge might say up and down movement, but hey, I'll be wrong because there wasn't any, and that was white lights anyway. So.
Yeah, so the bar can stop, it just can't go down.
And hey, the bar didn't go down.
Another thing is that the bar can go up unevenly.
Yes.
So
Yes.
as long as the center of the bar doesn't go down, it's technically a good lift. Now, if you're on the side, sometimes it just looks like the bar goes down. So, but that's why there's 3 judges.
All right, here comes Mr. Trevor Schnitzer. Now that I know who he is, he's got the very narrow stance, but was having issues with depth here. So let's see if he can sink this one. This will be 407 for a third attempt.
Yeah, he needs this to stay in the meet. So hopefully out there in the viewing area, he's got the whole crowd behind him.
That's right. And ladies and gentlemen, if y'all are watching over on platform 1, there's a little red line on the top of the. Oh, dang it. We just missed it. Oh, the plane. But hey, he's in the meet. Of course, we missed the one lift where he's in the meet.
Sorry about that.
We're going to try and get on that. Platform 2 camera's being a little weird, so we'll try and be on that as best we can. But ladies and gents, if you're watching on platform 1, we've got an American record attempt.
Yeah.
190 kilo for Mr. Kenny Wong, third squat attempt.
So what's this record for? Because I don't know if we did set records in the guest division.
So it's most likely for his weight class. So in meets like this, like regional meets, you are allowed to come in as a guest lifter if you're outside of the region.
I see.
Yep. So let's say he's from like Texas, Florida, whatever. That's not in the Northeast quote unquote region. Northeast region is like from Maine to Massachusetts,
Right.
or Maine to New York, excuse me. And so anywhere outside of that, if you want to come in and compete at regionals, you can, but it'll be as a guest lifter, so you don't post anything for like
for the meet
different region,
placing
right.
itself. I see what you're saying. Okay. See, I didn't know that.
Now Colin Murillo, my gosh, 220 kilo.
Wow.
A big 485, and he is stoked about that one. Oh, I wish we had a replay camera for this meet, because that would have been a phenomenal replay to see.
Well, looks like a little bit of double bounce there on platform 1. Oh, well, good lift anyways.
Yeah. And it looks
Do
like
I
that head
know?
judge actually called depth, so hey. Y'all are going to get used to this, folks. We're going to be wrong a lot today.
I'll just own up to it.
Oh, yeah.
I'll accept it.
Oh, no, I love being wrong. It's my favorite thing. Now, we are on our first attempts for our second flight on Platform 1. It looks like we are finishing up third attempts on Platform 2. Matthew Lee.
He's the wide stance, yep.
And if I'm not mistaken, he's our last squatter for this flight.
He's got that 110% gear shirt on.
Shout out Kevin Papa. A little bit of good product placement there. That looked like solid. That looked like right there.
That looked like a good squat to me. We'll see.
And
Perfect.
it is 3 white lights.
lights.
Oh, it looks like I was wrong, ladies and gentlemen. We've got one more squatter, the Mr. Eric Hogan himself. He's going to take 485.
As a 67, that's crazy.
Imagine being strong. It sounds like a cool thing to be. Can't relate.
Could be fun.
All right, Miss Melanie's coming to the platform now. She's got 248 kilo getting loaded up now. My voice just cracked.
So I really like that we're having all sorts of different age classes and weight classes competing together.
Absolutely.
Eric Hogan getting focused up. He came to Titan to train the other weekend too, and he does this very elaborate
He does his little
setup.
Does a little wiggly woos and gets his little jazz hands.
That was a pretty wide squat for Melanie. I think Melanie. Come on, Eric.
Ooh, that's a
Oh,
clean
very
squat,
nice.
Mr. Eric. And now see right there, that's the kind of squat that I would rather see. Oh, yes, I got the celebration. Okay. But that's one of the things you want to see, especially with a third attempt squat like that, like a solid attempt, but he very clearly had some left in the tank. So he's going to save a ton of energy and a ton of strength going into bench, and especially on deadlifts, that's going to carry over very, very well.
I think that's where some of that maturity as a lifter comes in. Like, yeah, you could hit like a huge PR, but at what cost? You know, you
Exactly.
might lose some on your total in bench and deadlift instead.
Exactly, and I've made mistakes like that just as a dumb young lifter. I've wanted to go all out on squats, and I have, and it's worked out great. But then I fry myself come
Yep.
bench and deads. All right, we're getting the bar loaded up here for our second flight over on Platform 2. Monica DeBarros, she's going to take 181, representing Level Up Training Systems. We've got Nicole Carrier. She's getting under 264 pounds now on Platform 1.
So how the flights work here is that I think we're running 2 flights, right?
I believe so. Let me look at our board view real quick.
So anyways, per session, we have a certain number of flights. I think it's 2 here. But what we do is that we run all 3 attempts in the first flight, and then we go straight into all 3 attempts on the second flight, and then we'll take a 10-minute break between each discipline.
That's right. Yeah, so we do have 2 flights, looks like, for both platforms. So 2 flights, 2 sessions, 2 platforms. This is going to go pretty efficiently. We're going to be out of here by 6.
We've got Corinne here on Platform 1 taking 125. That's about 275 pounds for her opening squat attempt. Not sure what's happening on here, Platform 2, but
Looks like Monica's having a little bit of an issue with kind of the height of the... Oh, so she's saying she wanted one of the arms in on one side. Okay. Well, that might be an adjustment that she might not have put in at the beginning, so either that or she'll probably adjust it for her next attempt.
but the timer's not going off, so I'm not sure what's... Like, her timer's not running either.
Yeah, so she's okay. Now, Alexa Mendoza, her timer is going. She's heading up to the platform. 275, high bar stance.
You know, some of the best powerlifters in the world squat high bars.
They are. They do. That was fast. Like, Alexa came up fast with it.
I'm not sure. Blue card usually means you have, like, soft knees or double bounce, so I'm not sure what happened on that squat.
It might have been soft knees because she just did the squat that quickly and came up and she might have bounced it a little bit and then got the rack command, so that might have been what that judge was seeing.
Oh, okay. Well, in that case, I would still go up for my second attempt.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. Because in that case, the weight was too easy.
Exactly. No sweat, just make the change on that second attempt, and she'll be good.
That's right. And ladies and gents, we are on YouTube right now, so if y'all are in the chat and y'all are watching, give us a shout out. Let us know who you're watching, where you're watching from, who you want us to shout out. We love to let our people and love to let our lifters know that they're being shouted out all across the country. Ooh, okay, so we're moving on to platform 1. I'm going to give some of these chat shout outs real quick.
This is good. I like this.
Dude, I'm here for it. Got a lot of shout outs for Jess. There is not, unfortunately, a live scoring link. We don't necessarily have those, quote-unquote stats up yet. So Jackie and I are going to do our best. We're going to try and give you the best kind of look into those stats as we can. Generally, we won't see any sort of jockeying for placing or anything like that until right around the first or second deadlifts,
Right.
because that's when we start to see all those numbers kind of fall into place.
So if you know your lifter's division, and you look at the live stream at the bottom, you'll see something that says forecasted and then their place. So that gives you like their forecasted finishing, but that's only for their division. So you kind of have to know like what their weight class and what their age class is.
That's right.
Another thing is that sometimes I do this. I actually have YouTube up in one window, and then I have LiftingCast up in another window. If you go to liftingcast.com, it also has the entire scoreboard for the entire meet pulled up.
That's right.
So
Yeah,
liftingcast.com.
That's what we're looking at.
Yep.
Ashley Raposa with a beautiful opener at 308.
Very
Three
nice.
white lights.
And Tanya taking 102.5. That's about 2-plate date, right?
That's exactly a 2-plate date. That's right. 3 white lights. Beautiful opening attempts on platforms 1 and 2 for our ladies. We're going to move on to Miss Samantha on platform 1 and Natasha on platform 2. Natasha's a teen 2 lifter, and Samantha's a junior lifter.
So junior is 20 to 23, right?
Yes. Yes. I miss my days in the junior class. Life was so easy.
I was in it for like a year, and then I aged out.
Oh, hi, Destiny. I didn't even see you in the chat. Hey. Yeah, you're supposed to be here commentating with me. You're supposed to be here commentating with me tomorrow, so kind of sad. Oh, well, we'll be all right.
All right, so it looks like Samantha misses on depth. So if she can sink it just a little bit more, she'll be good.
And now Miss Natasha, no sleeves, no wraps, no problem.
Oh, that was
Whoa.
so easy.
So 220 was very clearly play weight for her.
She looks unamused by that weight. She's like, all right, let's load that bar up.
And I feel like she's going to be one of those unamused lifters all day. She's going to bury a squat and be like, okay.
That was easy.
It's Tuesday.
Katie's taking 150 for her opener. That's about 330 pounds. That's a 67.5. That's a very strong squat.
And we've got Miss Dawn on platform 2. 237 even. That's going to be 3 white lights.
Beautiful squat on both platforms. Now we have Iris Espinosa on platform 2. She's taking 107.5. That's 237 pounds. And then we have Jana on platform 1. She's taking 157.5. That should be just shy of 350-pound opener in the 67.5 class. So that is much more than double body weight.
Hey, Iris, you're strong.
These ladies aren't playing around today. I love Iris's hair.
I was going to say, between her and Prem, they might be in the running for best hair so far.
Wow. 3 white lights.
Here comes Miss Jenna on platform 1, rocking my favorite. Ooh.
A little bit of a stumble on an otherwise easy opener.
Yes, that's going to be a no lift.
So when you're squatting, your feet cannot move around. Once you get that start command, your feet must stay planted on the floor.
Yep. So even if you make it's almost similar to your butt coming up on bench, right? Even if it's a beautiful lift, even if you hit a heavy weight, if that butt comes up or if those feet shift, it
Right.
won't count. And so that just brings up the importance of wanting and needing to train to comp standards.
I think the worst way to fail a squat is by skipping the rack command.
Oh.
Yeah,
Now me personally, I have yet to do that.
I did it. I did it at the Arnold. How embarrassing.
Oh, you did the Arnold.
I did.
Y'all, Jackie's strong.
Eh,
Jackie's strong. She got an Arnold invite.
I did not get an invite. I signed up in like 3 minutes of it opening.
Which meet did you do? Or which
I
you
did the amateur. So the pro card battle. For
did the pro-am?
Yeah. Where what's her name? Christiane Hazard got her pro card. Not my best day, but it was
watching
It was still
I was
fun.
watching that meet like in my jammies eating cereal that morning. I'm sorry, I didn't recognize you. I feel awful. I'm so sorry.
That's okay. It was not my best day.
Because you competed with like Lorenzo Barnes and all the. I actually trained with Lorenzo, but yeah, huh? Look at that. We've got a celebrity on stream, folks.
I would not say that, but maybe one day.
Folks, raise your hand if you made it to the Arnold. I cannot raise my hand. So clearly,
Catherine makes easy work of 115 for her second attempt. Very nice lift.
all right, Miss Jordan Rocca on platform 2. She's going to take 248 pounds.
Jordan lifts with me at Titan Barbell in Stoneham, Massachusetts. We have a great group of lifters there. Probably the best training partners I've ever had.
That's awesome. It's powerlifting is such a community-based sport, and if you can find good people to train with and good people to compete with, your experience in this sport is going to be so much better.
Right, and it's also just beneficial to you as a lifter. Like, in that supportive atmosphere, there's a lot of good feedback going around. So,
Absolutely.
on top of it just being fun, like, you get technically better.
Absolutely. And Miss Melanie with an absolutely beautifully sunk second attempt. We're
So
seeing she got a lot of shout-outs. Her and Jess on platform 1 are both getting tons of shout-outs in the chat today.
Right, well, she has one of those wide stance squats, but, I mean, she hits depth very well.
I could never. I've tried the wide stance squat, and I ended up ruining my hips.
It's not for everyone.
It's not.
Megan doing easy work of 120 kilos. 3 white lights. And Jessica, she's taking 275 for her second attempt.
All right, up on platform 2. I do not want to. I apologize in advance if I pronounce your name wrong. It is not my intent. However, I will do the best I can. Miss Jata is coming up on platform 2, 122.5, 270 pounds.
Hey, if we're butchering that and you're watching the live stream, feel free to correct us.
Absolutely, yeah. And like that's my thing. Like, we don't get like a phonetic spelling or anything like that. So we're just doing our best. It's not our intent to mispronounce. So if we do, just let us know. All right, Miss Nicole, she's going to go up 7.5 kilos on her second attempt. And Miss Jata gets the start command on platform 2.
Easy opener.
Wow.
She's got some quads. Wow.
Goodness me.
She walks off like, it ain't no thing. That was easy.
And now that was, now she looks like one of those lifters that's just built to squat.
Oh, yeah.
Built to squat.
So, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's better to have small femurs in the squat?
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. Yeah. So a lot of times folks, if you're watching it at home, body leverages and your body mechanics matter so much in this sport. They matter so. Oh, wait. I'm gonna pause what I'm about to say. If y'all are watching on platform 2, Carly Cummings, we got a special request for her right before the meet started to give a shout out to her 3-year-old son. I apologize. I will get your name. I think, oh gosh, I'm awful. I did forget the name and I said I wouldn't forget. But your mom is squatting and she is absolutely blowing up this opener squat. 292 pounds. That's almost 300 pounds for mom.
Wow. 3 white lights. These ladies are just killing it.
I know,
on
they're just going and
platform
going and
1
going.
today.
What was I talking about? I'm sorry. I said I wouldn't forget.
Leverages.
Yes, yes, leverages. Thank you. So, leverages absolutely matter. So, if you're squatting, in terms of the squat, it's much more beneficial if you've got, shorter femurs, kind of a longer torso. That way you have, less of a distance to go down, right? For the deadlift, it's almost the exact opposite. You
Right.
want really, really long legs, long femurs, long arms, short torso, so you have less distance to pull up, right?
Yep.
So it really just depends, what you'll be the best at with what your body will allow.
Yeah, so I mean, like if you're really good at one lift, sometimes it makes your, for example, if you have really long arms for deadlift, then your bench suffers a little bit because
Right.
of it.
And that's kind of where the meme comes in, deadlift specialists or, the super long arms, super lanky, but, they can't bench too much and squat is tough. So, but everybody's different. There are some people like me, for example. I've got really, really long femurs and a really short torso. I suck at deadlifts, but I'm great at squat.
Yeah.
So there is no one size fits all for powerlifting.
It's just patterns that we notice.
Absolutely. In much the same way, you look at distance runners. They have much smaller calves. You look at gymnasts. They're built for their sport. Very
Right.
small, very compact. So, just a matter of what you're best at.
Yeah, Monica taking a 92.5. Looks like her rack was good this time, set up properly.
It looked like she was asking for one of the arms to be moved in, but it didn't look like they were. And that, unfortunately, also is a no lift on depth. So she's going to have to really dial in for that second attempt.
Now on platform 1, we got 2 white lights, so she's registered to squat for the meet.
Yes.
I missed her name, unfortunately. But good job. All right. We have Angela and Lauren coming up. Oh, we got the side depth angle for these squats.
I'm going to do my best.
I'm not handling the controls. It's for the best. All right, 2-plate date.
Oh, no
Angela.
question about depth. Oh, that's a perfect angle. Hold on. Wait a minute.
Oh, wow.
What? This is the best angle for depth I've ever seen. Are you kidding me? Marshall went off. Wow. Wow, ladies and gents, that was phenomenal. Ashley Raposa on platform 1 taking 150. That's 330 kilo.
So if you've watched, I'm not sure which regionals Palmetto State Productions have been at, but they've been at a lot of them. So if you've noticed some great streaming quality, well, that's why.
Yeah, we've been at Southern, Southeast, and now Northeast.
And Midwest.
And Midwest. It's a phenomenal squat there for Anna. Here comes Miss Ashley. She gets that walkout.
330 pounds second attempt in the 148-pound class. Looks like a good squat. We'll see if she gets depth. 3 white lights.
White lights, that's right. Miss Tanya coming up to platform 2. She's going to take 242. We've got a shout out for her in the chat. She's going to get under the bar now.
That's 242-pound squat. And we have Katie coming out for 157 and a half, just under 350 pounds. She made very easy work of her opener, so I'm sure she'll smoke this. Knock on wood.
This is plastic. We need wood. I need something to knock on. All right, here comes Miss Katie on. She's going to walk out 157 and a half. That's how much?
Almost 350.
Okay.
It might be 350.
So a lot. No question on depth there. Can she grind it out? Yes, she can.
Point. Very nice.
And Miss Dawn on platform 2. She gets the start command.
Maybe she can get that 160-kilo third attempt. Is it a good lift? Is it?
We're waiting.
guess
The
we'll
suspense
never
is
know.
killing me. And it's a
All
good
right,
lift.
there
2-1 for Miss Dawn on platform 2. All right, here comes Jaina. She's going to do 162 and a half. It looks like she missed her opener.
She shuffled her feet.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
So if she can just get them planted, I don't think this will be a hard lift. There we go.
Very clean. And
That's
she's rocking one of my favorite A7 singlet colorways.
the ice.
Yes. I call it the cool blue Gatorade.
And so A7 is also one of our sponsors for this meet. And
Yeah.
they're always at the big USAPL meets. And I've met the owner a few times.
Have
or
you?
at least one of them. He's a very nice guy. I forget his name, but he's very nice.
Very jealous. I was hoping A7 had a table here. That way I could pick up another pair of shorts. But
Are the shorts nice?
they're so nice.
Oh, good.
The 360s, they're so nice.
I got to get some more lifting stuff. People are like, you always wear the same things. I'm like, well,
So?
yeah. It's my gym clothes, not a fashion show.
Exactly. Miss Kimberly Neville, she's going to retake 92 and a half. And she gets that start command. Very nice on depth. Can she finish out? Yes, she can.
Yes. Hopefully that's a good third attempt. Just
Oh, no.
misses narrowly on depth.
So that just goes to show you, folks, even though we've got the nice depth view, we could still be wrong because we're not out there. We do not see what the judges see.
Alyssa taking 117 and a half. Oh, and she grinds that out. So that's a second attempt. We'll see if she goes up maybe 2.5 kilos.
I would picture her not going up more than 5. 2.5 would absolutely be the safe bet there.
Well, we'll see.
I'll say we've been wrong before.
We have.
Catherine Berger, 125 kilo. She gets her start command.
So, yeah, some people are just have this amazing ability to grind out squats. So if it looks slow to us, it could be like
That could be
not that
RP8 for them,
hard
yeah.
for them.
Well, that's unfortunately going to be a no lift on platform 1. Here goes Miss Jasmine Sepulveda. She's going to take 264, representing Outcast Powerlifting.
Where's Outcast out of?
I have no idea. It shows up on the lifting cast, so I'm going to say their name.
All right.
Oh, big grind, big grind. Can she finish it out? Yes, she can. Now, again, another grinder for their second attempt.
But a good lift, so
Now, I agree with the left judge there. There was some blue. There was a blue light there, so that means there's either up and down or soft knees.
right.
I could 100% see how that judge could have seen up and down motion. Now,
Very
Melanie,
Very nice wide stance squat. She looks really happy. And it's a good lift.
2-2-1. And Melanie looks like she's very solid on squat. And I feel like this may be wrong, but she might be a solid deadlifter.
Yeah,
Might be a solid deadlifter.
I'm going to go with she probably pulls sumo.
All right, Miss Jordan Rocca, 264 pounds, representing my favorite SBD colorway.
So Jordan is a Team Hogan athlete. We saw Eric take 220 kilos earlier. Let's see if Jordan can get that. Very easy.
3 white lights.
And
Jinx.
Jessica taking 130. And she gets it. And I think that was a very good attempt call for Jordan. It looked hard, but it didn't look like she totally just fried her back out for
Right.
bench and deadlift. Okay, Natasha taking 127.5 for her second attempt. Looks like platform 1's moving a little bit faster than platform 2. It's
Yep.
no problem.
As long as it's not a whole flight ahead, we're golden.
So Natasha went up 20 kilos
Whoa.
from her first to second attempt.
I thought I saw that, but I wasn't going to say anything.
Unfortunately, no lift for Nicole, but she only lost 2.5 kilos on her total, so that's really okay. Nothing
see,
to be
that's
too upset
the-
about.
That's the call that we're, that's the sort of thing that we were talking about, from a strategic standpoint. If you only go up 2.5 kilos and you miss, You've only lost 2.5 kilos.
Exactly.
That's plenty of room to still grow for the rest of the meet.
Megan, she's taking 127.5. It looks like a good lift to me. She's wearing Iron Rebel sleeves, so another variety of stiff sleeves on the market.
One of the many. You have so many to choose from, folks.
Alexa taking 137.5. Easy work of 300 pounds. 3 white lights as well. So some people claim that they don't get anything out of stiff sleeves.
They're wrong. They're lying to themselves.
I think they are, because I wear my soft sleeves for like my my tertiary bench day, and it feels a lot harder.
Ooh, Jatsa with a beautiful second attempt at 130. That looked crispy. Like, something about that looked very controlled, very confident on the platform. That shows a lot of maturity there.
That was a good squat. I'm seeing a lot of good squats
I'm
here
saying,
today.
our ladies are not messing around. Corinne Sadinsky moving right along with third attempts.
308. So that's above a double body weight squat. For
Oh,
Corinne.
wow.
She took a 5 kilo jump. Very careful and controlled. It looked like a good lift, so we'll see what the judges say. Unfortunately, she misses on depth,
Yep.
but I think next meet, that could be like a second attempt.
Absolutely. And, I mean, just by judging how quickly her second attempt moved. All right, here comes Miss Carly Cummings, and we have confirmation. Callan, if you're watching, Callan, if you're watching, I want to hear all of the shout-out. I want to hear all the cheers for Mom. She's about to come up. She's about to squat 314 pounds. That is 3 big plates that your mom is about to squat. This is going to be absolutely massive. And she's got the bedazzled belt. You can't tell her nothing.
Oh, wow.
Nicole Franco on platform 1 with a big, ooh, what a finish.
Wow. She really pushed past that sticking point and gets 3
Wow.
white lights. Oh, something
All
about
right.
getting 3 white lights. I'm like, yeah, I earned that lift.
That's right. It looks like it's going to be a 3 white light lift for Miss Carly, and it is. Phenomenal work there. We've got Miss Monica DeBarro. She's going to go up 2.5 kilos, still trying to play the game a little bit, still trying to get that number on the board here. She did miss her first 2 attempts, so we'll see how that pans out for her.
Hopefully the crowd gets behind Monica if you're watching at home.
Absolutely.
Give
And
a cheer for Monica.
honestly, I love when the crowd's behind me on a squat because I feel invincible.
Yeah, I'm like, I truly think it helps.
Oh, absolutely. No, like the mental aspect of powerlifting is so beautiful to me. Oh, Samantha with a phenomenal grind. I think that's good depth.
Perfect call. Perfect attempt call. Good
It's going to be
lift.
3 white lights. Here comes Miss Monica DeBarros. She needs this weight.
She needs to sink the squat.
I believe her second attempt was, I do fear that's going to be a depth call for Miss Monica. And unfortunately, it is not a good lift. So Miss Monica, unfortunately, because she was not able to post a good attempt on squat, she did what we call bomb out of the meet, which means she won't be able to post a total or to go for any records. But in cases like that, I still would complete the meet.
Yeah.
Because, I mean,
It's good experience.
that, and you've prepped for a whole meet.
Yeah.
Like, you've prepped for, you haven't just prepped for one lift. So if you can finish out and have a strong day, you come back knowing, okay, I've got some things to work on with squat.
Yeah, so if anything, like, it's information to learn from.
Absolutely.
So unfortunately, no lift for Angela. One of our other sleeveless squatters here today.
You ladies are bold.
Yeah,
Y'all are bold.
my knees would cry.
My knees are actively crying for you.
Ashley's taking 155. So that's in the 340s. So that's a big squat for a 67.5 kilo. That's my weight class, so I'm like, oh yeah, that's a big squat.
All right, here comes Miss Ashley. And then Anna Stafford on platform 2, 110 kilo, 242.
Very nice.
Oh, wow. Oh, no!
Unfortunately, the bar rolls off her back, so that's one of the risks you have with low bar squats.
Yeah. Yep, so if you come up and you've got a little bit too much bounce on the way back up and that bar starts sliding, like you don't have a good active shelf on the rear delts.
But she stayed with the bar, and I will commend her for that.
I'm going to give it to her. That's a good lift in our eyes.
Yeah.
And you have a ref
counts
here.
in the gym. But the thing is, if you dump the bar off your back, you risk getting kicked out of the meet. But she did everything she could to keep that bar from dumping onto the floor.
Yeah, and that's an important distinction too. You've got people that are like they're halfway up from a squat and they just dump it off their back,
Yeah.
you know. At that point,
There's a
it's a
difference.
massive, massive safety issue, not only for yourself but for the spotters and loaders as well, because
Right.
you're dropping steel
I've
on
seen
them.
people lose fingers.
Oh, I've seen people break so many things just
Yeah.
from dumping a squat or anything like that. So, and it's important to note there that she really made all attempts to try and keep that bar on her back, and thankfully the spotters and loaders were close enough that they were able to catch it.
Yeah, a 375-pound squat attempt for Jana.
Wait, what? Did I miss that? What? Hey, that's kind of big, yo.
That's a big squat.
That's 374.
Dawn taking 115, just over 250 pounds. Also sleeveless.
I was gonna say, y'all have knees of steel. I could never. Here comes Miss Jana.
Fortunately misses on depth. Good lift in the gym, though. Good lift in the gym.
Absolutely. Now, if you remember Miss Jana, she did miss her opener from a little bit of a misstep, but she came back well for her second. Looks like she's going a 5 kilo jump first to second, and then a 7 kilo jump second to third.
All right, we'll see if she can get this.
Depth
Oh,
looked
wow.
pristine. Oh, no.
Unfortunately, a little bit of a hip shift, I think, messed up her center of balance.
That, too, yeah. I haven't seen. That's a pretty high sticking point, too.
Mm-hmm.
That's rare. You don't have to see that. Oftentimes, people get stuck grounded right in the middle, but
Yeah.
again, everybody's different.
264 for Iris. Iris with the cool hair.
I was going to say, third attempt moves swimmingly. Three white lights, and she'll finish out 3 for 3 on squat.
We'll see if anyone finishes out with the elusive 9 for 9 day.
And ladies and gents, if y'all are watching on Platform 1, that is going to complete all of our coverage for squat over on Platform 1. We're going to take a quick 10 minutes while they get set up for bench. Don't go anywhere. Grab you a Capri Sun, grab you a bagel. We'll see you back in 10 minutes. Do not go anywhere. And if you're
Hey, Platform 1, welcome back. We are here at USAPL 2023 Northeast Regionals, starting the bench press on Platform 1. I'm Jackie Malater, and I'm here with...
Hi, I'm getting set up. Sorry, I had to go to the bathroom.
Oh, sorry. All right, well, Nick will introduce himself in a second, but...
Okay, it's been a second. Hello, I'm Nick. We are back. We're just getting our coverage of bench loaded up for you. We are on our first flight of the first session of the 2023 Northeast Regional Championships here in beautiful Albany, New York. We've got Miss Emma Mancine. She's going to take us to 32.5 kilo. That's going to be 71-pound bench opener for our stand strong athlete.
Okay, and if you're waiting on Platform 2, we got a nice rules video going for you.
All right, looks like a good lift there from Miss Emma. Lifting cast is a little slow, waking back up for bench. But we've got Miss Joyce coming up right behind. She's going to do 82.6 pounds for her opening bench.
I wish lifting cast also showed the pounds.
Ugh, I know. I wish. Now, it looks like Miss Joyce might be electing to use bench blocks for this lift here. And so a lifter has the option to use kind of wooden blocks to kind of set your feet on. Oftentimes we use that for our less, I like to call them vertically advantaged lifters. Have you ever had to use bench blocks, or like known anybody with bench blocks that had to use them like that?
I know people who have used them, but I've never used them myself. I'm 5'4". I'm pretty tall.
Hey, one of my lifters is 4'11", so yeah, you're tall. No, 4'10", excuse me. All right, Miss Joyce Eggleston getting under 37.5, that's 82.5. And then Miss Morgan Wilderman, sorry, Marshall showed me a picture of myself. I'm about to cry.
Oh, Joyce making easy work out of 37.5 kilos.
Yes, ma'am. It's all on YouTube.
So those of you listening on the live stream, you will be able to watch this back later on the USA Powerlifting YouTube channel.
Absolutely.
It'll still be there after we stop going live.
Which, speaking of, I'm trying to get the YouTube back up so we can get some chats and shout-outs. Aw, there we go. Okay, so both lifting casts, both chats are up. We are good.
Oh, are we starting bench on Platform 2?
It looks like it, ladies and gents. That timer is down. So, ladies and gents, welcome back to Platform 2. You're joined by Nick Stevens, a.k.a. Ganondorf on the track, and the one and the only
Pizza Princess, Jackie Malater.
Yes. All right, hold on. Let me go ahead and follow you before I forget, because I know your Instagram has to be Pizza Princess. It has to be. Please say it is.
I am Pizza Princess. All right, Michelle, so 55 kilos. Looked like an easy opener. When we get back to the lady with the bench blocks, I will explain why someone would like to use those in case you were wondering. But I'll wait till the right time. Okay, we got Yale. Is that right? Yale?
Yeah, and it looks like platform's ready for him. Or for them, excuse me. And we've got Paige White getting under 55 kilo. That's 121 over on platform 1.
So I can't tell if it's the lighting, but it looks like Yale has rainbow hair, and I'm here for it.
Oh, no, they definitely do.
Okay. 55 kilos on platform 1.
Wow, this is a really good bench angle.
Yeah.
I
was
love
gonna
this.
say we should
I'm gonna keep this.
keep
Hold
it
on.
here.
I'm gonna be going back and forth. So we'll be 1, 2, 1, 2.
That's like my preferred filming angle for bench, to be honest with you.
Oh yeah, I have to. Whenever I have lifters send me their bench videos, I'm like, it has to be diagonal and it has to be from the front. because I see almost nothing from
Yeah.
this angle.
So you might notice that these lifters are getting something called a lift-off, so you can elect to have a lift-off or not. That's when the spotter right there picks up the bar and puts it over your chest for you.
Mm-hmm.
I like to tell my spotter exactly how I want my lift-off.
I was just about to say something similar. So if you were watching Caroline over on Platform 2, she grabbed the head spotter real quick and was like, hey, gave him a quick rundown of what that liftoff is going to look like. Every lifter is different, right?
Right.
Every lifter wants their liftoffs in a certain way. And I'm one of those people that, you know, the liftoff makes the bench.
It
Right,
most
it can
definitely does for
absolutely
me.
make or break the bench. And so if you get a bad liftoff, the chances of the rest of your bench going smoothly are going to be a lot lower.
Yeah.
So it's super, super, super important to let that head spotter know exactly how you want those liftoffs. And not only that, but to let them know each time.
Right.
Because that head spotter,
Even if they say they remember, I still tell them.
they do not. They don't remember. They don't. Because that head spotter got liftoff directions from 14 other lifters.
Right.
So the chances of them remembering your specific rules, pretty low. So it's always important to remind them and to remind them each time.
Right. But then on my third bench, I always give them a big thank you, and I'm like, you did so great. I appreciate it.
Oh yeah, and that's another thing too. You always gotta shout out spotters and loaders. Make sure you show your appreciation for them, especially for that head spotter.
I'm like, yeah, put the bar out lightly, and then please get out of the way so I can get that start command as fast as possible.
And see, you can kind of tell lifters that have kind of been in the game a little bit. They have their liftoff spiel down to like 2 seconds. Jennifer Wong with a massive 154 opener.
As a 60, so that's over a body weight bench, as you can obviously see, for both of our lifters, actually.
Exactly. Mackenzie Anderson. That's 3 white lights.
Benching themselves. Oh, we have Patria on platform 1. She trains at Titan, Barbell, and Stoneham sometimes.
Sorry, I had a burp and it was not coming out. Oh, that hurt. And T-ways.
And Trevor's taking 92.5. That's just over 200 pounds for his opening attempt. Could you bench 200 at 16? I
No,
could.
no, I could not. No. Up until I got to college and actually started training in powerlifting, my biggest bench was like 185, if that. But
I'm
that's
sure it
'cause
was beautiful
it
as
was-
well.
Well, it was in high school, so that's all you need to know about that. Yeah, and you know, long arms, didn't know any better, so.
Patria making light work of her opener. Let's see how Trevor handles this. Good lift for Patria. There we go. Trevor's opting for the close grip, so you might see...
And no wrist wraps.
And no wrist wraps. You might see some lifters grabbing very wide on the bar. You might also see some lifters doing a closer grip. It's all a matter of personal preference. The only rule is that your index finger has to be covering that ring on the bar.
Yep, and so that's what you might hear Jackie and I call that max width or max grip. That's just what we call it by going as wide as you possibly can on bench.
Right.
And some people, that may work for them. Some people have really long arms and can shorten that range of motion. Other people might not. So that's probably why they elect for more of a closer width, maybe want to get more of those triceps, more of the pec major in there,
Right.
just different muscle groups.
And you might see, like, when people start to lift heavier benches, those max grip lifters are going to have a harder time off the chest.
Yes.
Those close grip benchers are not going to have as hard of a time off the chest, but they're going to have a harder time locking it out. That's what we
right.
typically see. We got Prem, the state record squat holder.
That's right. And he's a Masters 3, so he's between the ages of 60 and 69. And then we've got Colin Murillo Colin Murillo, excuse me. I know the two L's make the sound, I apologize. 102.5 kilo, 2-plate date for an easy opener for Colin.
I like those white wrist wraps.
I know.
Very crispy.
I am a big fan of white, like clothing, like white singlets. No one likes them, but I absolutely love them. I think they're great.
Yeah, it's a no for me, dog.
I mean, when it gets to,
Just
I mean,
from a
yeah,
practical standpoint.
Oh no, from a practical standpoint, obviously it's not optimal, but it looks cool in the moment.
Yeah. I like my black singlet. Jenny Wang, 82.5 kilo bench opener
Oh,
for
wow.
a 52 kilo female.
Wow.
That's
kind of
strong.
sizable.
That's kind of crazy.
That's almost what my 56 bench is.
Dang.
All right, Nelson Castillo, 105 kilo. And from not, I can see the flag on his belt. I can't tell if that's Honduras or maybe El Salvador. I'm not sure.
If someone's watching Nelson on the live stream, you can let us know.
Please let us know, please.
You got any shout outs on the live stream?
Not since we've started bench.
All of those watching on the live stream, who are you watching today?
Also, if y'all are watching the chat and y'all have any lifting questions, please feel free to ask us. That is, Jackie and I are, well, we're not experts, but we're the best thing you've got.
Yeah.
Closest thing to experts for this sport. So if you have any questions or you want to know any rules or want to know why a call was a certain way, please let us know in the chat. We'd love to answer you. We're just trying to
I know at least two
spread the
things
knowledge.
about lifting.
I know more than one and less than 100. Saul Vargas, 97.5 kilo, 214.95 big ones on the bar for his opening bench.
Lee Rogers taking 115. That's 253 maybe.
That is, yep.
Dang, I'm good. I'm just kidding.
Ooh, okay, now the shout-outs are coming in. Okay, we've got a shout-out for Paige on Platform 1, shout-out for Mackenzie.
Team Hogan.
Yep, we got some shout-outs for Team Hogan, Mr. Matt Lee. Shout-out to the SNS fam from Mr. Josh. Lots and lots of shout-outs. Ooh, we do have a question in the chat. Let's go. All right, Miss Rachel Anderson asks, what are soft knees in relation to squats? You want to take that one?
Sure. So when you do your squat, before you get that start command, your knees have to be locked out, and then the head lift will give you a start. And then also when you complete the lift, your knees have to be locked out. So you can't, like, finish the lift in, like, kind of, like, a still squatted position. It's one of those ways to easily miss a lift when you shouldn't have. So.
Couldn't have explained it better myself. Miss Tammy Allen with a beautiful 66 pound bench, excuse me, 3 white lights. God, See, it's not even noon yet.
And we got Eric Hogan, Mr. Hogan himself, 122.5, easy opener. So Eric has a bunch of athletes competing right now, so he must have a big
looks like it.
team here.
I've seen at least 4 or 5 Team Hogan things pop up across the lifting cast. So
Emma's taking, she opted for a 5 kilo jump, 37.5 kilos. So yes, I'd say like a 5 kilo jump on bench is pretty standard for
I'd agree with that. Yeah.
most of our ladies out here.
I'll say, even for our men, generally, you don't see more than a 10 kilo jump, 10, 15 kilo jump.
Right.
In a lot of ways, or in a lot of cases.
Oh, we got a shout out. Thanks.
Oh, we did.
I appreciate it.
Oh, shout out. Joshua. That might be my lifter.
Oh.
That might be my lifter.
That's okay.
But hey, shout out. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Joshua, special in my heart. 40 kilos for Joyce.
All right, it comes up to the platform now.
Joyce might be one of our lifters using blocks, so I will explain that now. Okay, so you see
Yes.
Joyce is elevating her feet, and the reason why she's doing that is sometimes people have shorter legs, so it's hard to plant your feet on the ground, and something really important to have in bench is something called leg drive. So you get your trap muscles into the bench pad, and you want to use your legs to help keep that tension. So Joyce is making sure that she can get that leg drive with those bench blocks. So Joyce is kind of grinding that bench out. But it looks like I saw some up and downward motion, so.
I'll have to agree with you on that. As a head ref, I might have let the spotters and loaders take that just a little bit early. Because in that case, to save energy, because
right.
you know that's a tough attempt, and it's her second, so she has to come back for her third. I would scratch it personally. Yeah. As a coach, I would scratch that attempt, but again,
so
that may be what her goals might be.
A thing that might have happened, she could have just gotten out of position, and maybe the strength is there. She just needs to like control her descent a little bit better, and maybe she might be able to grind that
yeah, it
kind
of did drop on the chest a good bit there.
So who knows? Maybe she will try again.
All right, we've got Morgan Barnes on platform 1 going up 2.5 kilo.
We got double Morgans going on. Morgan
Barnes and Morgan Wilderman.
60 kilos for Morgan on platform 2. Looks like quite the grind on platform 1. We'll see if her butt came off. Yeah, so she got a little downward motion movement and maybe soft lockout.
And it looks like it's going to be the same here on platform 2. The butt also came up, and we saw that from both of our side judges there. And we are well into our second attempts for our first flight of ladies. Michelle Waters is on her way up, 60 kilo loaded up. And then Yael on platform 2, they've got 70 kilo loaded.
Let's go, Matt. Matt needs to bench 320 today.
320,
or
okay.
else. Bum, bum.
You're not coming home. All right, Michelle Waters, 60 kilo. Here comes Yael unracking 70 kilo, 154 pounds.
We have another question.
Oh, do we?
When you're cheering on, what do you say the most? Up, yes, go, push, easy.
Oh, I like that question. What? I'll let you go first.
I kind of just scream. I'm like, I probably just scream, yeah, really loud.
Yep. I yell a lot of things when especially when I'm handling one of my lifters. I'll yell so many things. I'll yell certain cues. Oftentimes, I'll just yell foolishness. Yeah, I think like yup or like here we go, like something like that.
If I know
might be
that
the closest thing.
If I know like a lifter struggles with like a positioning error, I'll be like, for example, some people lose tension in the back in their squat, so I'm like, come on, keep your back tight. Like,
oh yeah.
Just I don't know if they're actually listening to me, but it makes me feel better.
Right. And now Miss Caroline Lewis got stuck on the chest there for that second attempt. It's going to be 70 kilo. Looks like she might retake that.
We got a shout out for Prem, the squat state record holder.
Okay. Ooh, and then wait. Shout out Joshua Dang. Okay. The chat is shouting out each other. Look at y'all.
60 kilos for David. That's almost 135, right? The one plate date.
Yep.
Very nice. David definitely has more in the tank. And Elijah taking 70. So Elijah's got that big arch going on. Do you want to explain what an arch is or why people do that?
Or why people hate it? No.
Yeah.
So
we're the cool federation. We allow arching.
Allow arching. Yeah. Okay. Hot takes, ladies and gents. Hot takes only. But so arching is one of the best ways to get as much out of your bench press as possible. So arching allows you to, so if you're watching on platform 1 here, Miss McKenzie, she is digging her shoulders into the bench, and she's using the force of her legs to bring her torso upwards to kind of create an arch, kind of like the St. Louis arch with your back. What that does is it gives you a lot less range of motion to bench, and it could be a lot more beneficial for the person because it allows their muscles to move in the ways that they're supposed to move and in a more protected sense.
And it also makes it like a decline press.
Exactly, yep. And so in that sense, like if you're watching Miss Jennifer on platform 2, the oh crap, I just had a thing and it sounded so good and I lost it. But so like if you're watching one of our hard benchers, most of the time the way that they do it, it protects their shoulders a lot better. Because when you're getting into a proper arch, you want to tuck your shoulders underneath you and you want to retract
Right.
them as best you can. That way, one, you still get that extra range of motion, and two, you get that extra protection from your muscles that are already working.
Is there a jury at the meet? Yes, there is a jury. So for those of you who are just tuning in, we have a second set of judges on each platform who are also judging the lift on top of what the platform judges are doing. So if you get at least one white light, or conversely, if there's at least one red light, anyone is allowed to go up and ask the jury to potentially overturn the lift based on what they judge the lift as. So
That's right.
that means that, like, if you had a bad lift, you can go and try to overturn it, but also your opponent can try to overturn your good lift.
That's right. And now, forgive me if I'm wrong. I think, didn't we get rid of the $100 thing?
I don't know.
Is that a thing?
I've
If
never
I'm not
done
mistaken,
that.
now this might be wrong, and I'm trying to remember this from my coaching course. If you are an opposing lifter and you want to kind of challenge another lifter's lift, I think that's where the $100 comes in. But if you want to challenge your own lifter's lift, I think it's fine.
Okay, yeah.
Like, I think you're able to do that as much as you want, provided you have one white light to contest.
Right.
Now here comes Mr. Prem, 82.5 kilo.
We got a shout out to Liz. Shout out Liz. Let's go, Liz. Okay, we have Jenny Wang coming up on platform 1, taking 85 kilos as a 52 kilo lifter. So that is substantially over body weight. And then Nelson's opting for a liftoff, so he's telling that front spotter exactly how he wants that liftoff. Jenny has a very technical bench press, getting that arch.
Hey, shout out Liz Bernier in the chat, giving us a little bit of the. So, absolutely right. That was the caveat that I was missing. It doesn't cost money to protest another's call. It costs money to protest a call on the IPF.
I see. Okay, so we're not in the IPF is the International Powerlifting Federation. USAPL is not in that federation anymore, so we have branched apart.
Yep, I will save all of my opinions and thoughts for after the after the meet. All right, Saul Vargas, 102.5 kilo, 225. Nice, easy two-plate date for a second attempt. And Colin Murillo's coming up for 110. That's 242.
So we are in session 1 right now. So session 1 is 2 flights. So after this flight is completed, we'll go into the second flight. Session 2 starts later today. But we do have 2 platforms running.
Now, Colin Murillo, if you're watching on platform 2, rocking the new Avankas shoes, the brand new slippers just out on the market. Have you got a chance to try those out yet?
No, I bought Hyper V's for my bench.
Hyper V's.
They're
Okay,
like
okay.
Japanese non-slip shoes. I'm pretty sure it's for like food workers, like non-slip safe shoes, but they're very sticky for the bench.
No, absolutely. I have a pair of Hyper V's myself. I'm a bencher that drives really, really hard horizontally towards my head, and so it's even more important for me to find a good shoe that sticks.
Right.
I found the Hyper V's are pretty good. I've yet to try the Avankas
Are those
shoes.
the David Wilson
Yep.
shoes? Oh, okay, okay.
And from what I've heard, I've got a couple buddies that have tried them out. They're really nice. Good sole, everything like that. So, I'm interested to decide. Me personally, I live in my Notorious. I know there's a lot of heat with Notorious right now, a lot of hot topics with them, but my Sumo Sole Gen 1s for squat have been beautiful.
Yeah, mine have held up for quite a long time. I still deadlift in them. So.
Yeah. All right, Mr. Eric Hogan, he's got 130 kilos loaded up, 286 pounds, head coach of Team Hogan himself.
Eric Hogan. We got a shout out to Meg. Not sure which Meg, but shout out Meg.
I think that's another chat
Oh. That's fine. Well, anyways, we love Meg. Let's go, Meg.
We love Meg. Meg's great.
All right, we got Mr. Hogan taking 130-kilo bench press as a 67.5 over double body weight, right? I don't do math on the weekends.
Well, no, 60, so that's actually just under double body weight. So close.
Guys, I
close.
swear, guys, I'm an engineer, but on the weekends, I just don't think.
I think 67.5 is double that. It's like 142.5.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, close.
Yep.
We're almost there. Almost there.
You're so smart.
I'm not. I've just been looking at these numbers for long enough that I kind of am forced to remember them. Oh, come on, Miss Tammy. Can't she grind it out?
Unfortunately, it'll be
spotters
downward
take it.
motion, yeah. So that's the thing about bench. You'll do, at least for a lot of lifters, you will do a bench. It'll be pretty good. Then you'll go up 2.5 kilos, and suddenly
And
it's
then it'll
impossible.
stick. Oh gosh, yeah. That's happened to me more so on deadlifts than anything.
Oh, really?
I'll add on 5 kilos, which is 11 pounds on a pole. That's not that much, but it'll just be stapled to the ground.
It just be like that.
All right, Miss Emma Mancine, she's got 40 kilos loaded up. That's 88 pounds. And then Matthew Lee's coming up on platform 2 with 135 kilo.
So that's just shy of 300 pounds. So hopefully he'll go for that 300 for his third attempt.
Yeah, no, he has to. If depending on how this goes, actually, you know what? I'm gonna make a prediction. I'm gonna make my first prediction of the day. Matthew Lee, he has to. Well, Matt Lee has to do that 320. Otherwise, he doesn't get to come home. Apparently.
All right, Matt Lee, you better smoke this then. Look at that arch.
Ooh, wow.
Very technical presser. Okay, so Joyce is going to come and try to get that 40-kilo bench again. She had it stuck midway for like 30 seconds, so.
Okay, we'll see how we go.
We'll see. We'll see if she can maybe like fix her positioning or something.
Ooh, Eric has to press greater than 300 pounds today, or else. Yikes! I'd hate to be Eric right now.
Eric Hogan. He can do it. He made easy work of his last bench. Okay, so Joyce skipped the press command, so I think it's going to be a no lift, but I think she grinded that out, so that's a good lift to the gym in my books.
And then Megan Wilderman, she finishes out 3 white lights. That's going to be a 2 for 3 on her bench today.
Look at that celebration.
I know. That's almost my favorite part of lifting is the celebrations afterwards.
Okay, Morgan Barnes coming out to retake 57.5 kilos.
And we've got Caroline Lewis. She's going to retake 70 kilos on platform 2.
Hoping they can get these extra kilos on their total. It's not there today. Caroline.
Oh, Caroline, wow!
That was a beautiful press.
What a way to dig it out. What do the judges say?
Oh, unfortunately, her butt came off the bench.
That's one of the most heartbreaking things.
Yes.
Like I said, the rack command, that's heartbreaking because that was a very solid bench.
Yeah.
Because she was stuck on her chest for a while on that second attempt. And the fact that she was able to press it up still.
We got a huge crowd out here for Matt. Let's go, Matt. He's got to bench that 320 or else.
Or else.
60 kilos for Michelle.
And then we've got Elijah
not
coming up
quite
on
today.
platform 2.
70 kilos. Oh, and unfortunately her trap slid on the bar.
Yeah, if your shoulders slide, that makes your bench so much harder.
Yeah. So you'll see most people try to chalk up their upper shoulder, upper back area just to prevent that from happening. Mackenzie Anderson coming out, trying to take 65 kilos, add that 2.5 to her total. And we have Yael doing 72.5 kilos with the cool rainbow hair. Now you might notice that some people are getting maybe a little bit longer of a press command than other people.
Oh, why is that?
So what the judge is looking for is for that bar to be motionless on the chest. So if your bar is maybe tilting, rocking around, you're not going to get that press command. So what you want to do is make sure you have a little bit of control onto the chest so that you get that press command nice and fast. Paige White, she's coming out here to take 65 kilos. And Jennifer Wong, she's coming to take out 77.5 kilos as a 60-kilo lifter. We got some big benchers here today.
That's right. I'm just watching this chat, and I'm watching y'all threaten Mr. Matt. Like, this is wild. Y'all need to chill.
Matt's going to get his room rented out.
Y'all are mean.
Oh, just not quite there today for Paige. We got a good lift for Jennifer. Now we have David. David's coming out to take 65 kilos for his third and final bench attempt. Dave's one of our masters lifters here today. And we have Trevor. Trevor's one of our teen lifters. He's coming to take 100 kilos. That's 220 pounds. I feel like that's a milestone number.
That's huge. It's absolutely huge.
David's going for that wider grip. Pinky on ring. I saw some
the butt come up there.
Come up, yeah.
And then here comes Trevor Schnitzer. We've got 220 pounds even on platform 2. Close grip bencher, no wrist strap.
No, and unfortunately, doesn't come much off the chest.
Yep.
He only lost 5 kilos on the total, so.
And that's not bad at all. And again, ladies and gents, when we say, like, and we're going to see later on how these placings are going to shake up in terms of totals and pounds on the bar. But as of right now, I think everyone's sitting in a pretty good spot for podium.
I got Patria telling that spotter just how she wants that lift off.
Hey, if it's not right, got to keep telling him.
That's okay. 107.5 for Phillip. That's 237 pounds for a 67.5 masters lifter.
Rocking the OG Romaleo 2s. I feel you, brother. Those are only a few left in existence. Looks like his butt's coming up there. We see the side judge kind of give the shake. Said, nah, it's not going to be a good lift. That's okay. He only missed out on 5 kilos, so not too bad.
Fortunately, no lift for Patria. She's still smiling, though. She's being a good sport.
All right, Jenny Wang making her way up. She's going to retake 85 kilo.
Again, it's a 52. I think this might be one of the biggest benches relative to weight class.
Yeah.
For the woman I've seen
absolutely.
today. We'll see if she can. I think it got stuck at the chest, so if she can move past that sticking point, it'll be good.
Absolutely. And that's 33 kilos. That's pretty wild.
And 112 for Nelson.
Oh, wow.
Gets it out. That's right.
What a finish.
She gets it past
3
that
white
sticking
lights. What? Ladies and gents, that just goes to show how, like, wishy-washy, I guess, bench can be. It can be super unpredictable, and all it takes is how well you're able to maintain positioning right off the chest.
Nelson. Oh, we'll see if we can lock that out.
Oh, the judge is watching his butt. He's watching it like a hawk.
I don't know if I saw downward motion.
I'm going to give it to him. That's
all
a good
right.
lift, 2-1. Yep, so one of the side judges definitely saw up and downward motion on that side.
And Prem is taking 85 kilos. Shout out Patria. Patria's having a day.
She is. All right, here comes Mr. Prem, 85 kilo, even 2.5 kilo jumps all the way up.
consistency. That's good.
But we do see that butt kind of coming up there. So even if he does lock this out, I imagine it will not be a good lift. We'll see what the judges say.
Fortunately, unless they didn't see it. Yeah.
One of the judges didn't see it, but fortunately,
Well,
at
the
least
head
two of them
judge.
need to not see it.
If the head judge sees your butt comes up, like, that's a problem.
Yeah. And now here comes Colin Murillo. Murillo, 117.5, 259 pounds, just shy of 260.
What just happened? I'm not sure.
Yep, so looked like he missed the start command or some sort of mishap with the command there, and so they tried to replace it, and he was like,
Oh, I think that his fingers were not covering the rings, actually.
Okay.
I have withheld a start command because of that before.
Oh, as you should have, yeah.
And unfortunately, it looks like he gets stuck. It's all good. He's been having a fantastic day.
I'll say that might have been his only missed lift on the day. All right, and we are just cruising and bruising right along into our second flight of ladies on platform 2. Platform one, excuse me.
Yeah.
Got Kimberly Neville. She's going to go 104 pounds for her opener.
Let's go, Jenny. Jenny, if you're out there, you got a shout out. Kimberly's opening at 47.5 kilos. That's somewhere around 100 pounds.
Yep, 104. We've got Lee Rogers. He's going to take his third at 275.
All right, 3 white lights. Great opener. And unfortunately, I see some butt coming up.
Yep.
It's going to be a no lift on platform 2. Samantha taking 60 kilos as a 67.5. It's a strong opener. And we got Eric Hogan. Not
Eric
benching
Hogan.
300. Oh, no.
This is 297. Oh, everybody at home in the chat's going to be mad.
Right, close enough, close enough.
Now, just wait till Matt comes up. If Matt hasn't loaded 300, it's going to be a madhouse in the chat. I can guarantee it.
All right, let's go. Eric getting focused up. Very nice opener.
Very strong
for
press by Samantha.
Yeah. Didn't hear Gino in the background. Not sure if you can pick that up on the live stream, but he is here.
All right, here comes Eric Hogan, 135. Yeah,
Very nice.
So I don't entirely know why he didn't go 303 because he had at minimum that much. But again, saving energy for pulls. Is Eric Hogan a puller?
I don't know.
Okay. Yeah, Jan, meet director, he just came by and said, y'all need a soundboard.
That would
Have
kinda be
applause
awesome.
and boos. That would be really cool.
All right, Marshall.
I'll say Jan needs to get us a soundboard. Having sound effects.
Nicole, easy opener. Manuel, 140. That's a 308 bench. Oh.
I see the butt coming up a little bit
Very
there.
nice.
But that's a
3
good
white
lift.
lights.
Hey, listen, we do not see what the judges see. We are behind like 4 different cameras.
Nicole, she's coming out for the 62.5 kilo bench press. She's one of our masters lifters. That's great. I mean, to be benching this much as a masters lifter, I mean, that's kind of like, I was going to say whatever. It's great.
Uh-oh, now here comes Big Matthew Lee. He does have 308 loaded. He does have 308 loaded, ladies and gents. So let's see if we're going to have to rent out that room a little bit early. Here comes Matthew Lee.
308, that's light work. Come on, Matt. Oh, wow. Very nice.
What do the judges say?
Good
2 to 1. That is a good lift. Now, that left judge saw exactly what I saw. His butt was hovering just a little bit. But, hey, He's got 308. It's in the books. He keeps his room. I don't know what the or else was, but I'm glad we don't have to figure it out. And with that, we're going to move right into our second flight of benches over on platform 2.
Catherine taking 65.
Very clean.
Nice. That was a pretty bench. So do you bench with a belt on?
I do not.
I do not either.
I do not. I am a very big proponent of not using a belt for bench. That is one of my hard stances as a coach. I absolutely hate people using belts for bench because it is the only argument that people can give me when they do use a belt. It's like, oh, it helps you with my brace. So then fix your brace.
Yeah.
Because belts, more often than not, will affect your positioning and will affect your bracing and will affect all your breaths and positioning and mechanics more than you think it would. And it'll affect it more than you think it will help your bracing. So just fix your bracing.
The only exception to that rule that I've heard is like, I know someone who lives in the other federation that is also drug tested. And it actually helps them limit their arch because they were such a big archer before.
Okay. Well, so that's a little bit different. That's a little, that's more of a performance standard standpoint rather than using it for strength, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Let's see, where are we at? Alexa Mendoza, 65 kilos. Beautiful opener at 143.
And Natasa, I think it's Natasa, not Natasha. She's taking 52 and a half kilos. Should be around 115. Yeah? Yeah. No. Yeah, 115.
115.7, yep.
72 and a half kilos for Corinne. Shout out to the meet directors. It's never an easy task putting on
absolutely not.
a meet this big and this professional.
No, Jan Dario and Bent Bar Production or Bent Bar Powerlifting have done amazing job getting this meet put together. Them, PSP Productions, the photography team. We were all here last night getting everything nice and set up. In record time, everyone was pretty much done by around 9, which is awesome.
Wow, that's incredible.
All right, Natasha's coming up to the bar now. She's going to take that 115. Shout out for Patria. On the chat for Platform 1, Ashley Raposa, 72.5 kilo, 159, representing Level Up Training Systems. Natasha gets a big press command.
That was easy. Also easy.
Yep, both of our lifters, phenomenal openers.
I think that our second flights are really good at calling attempts.
Yeah.
There were never any openers that I was like, ooh, that looked a little hard, you know?
Right, sure, yeah. Yeah, no, all of these so far have looked really, really great. And it's interesting you mentioned that because there was an interesting contrast to the first flight for a lot of our lifters, especially on squat. That opener was a little bit tougher than they had imagined.
Okay, on platform 1, we have Lauren Hunt, 75 kilos. She's got the big red on the bench.
That's right. We've got Iris Espinosa. Make sure her bench is all at the right height, all in the right locations before she gets set up underneath. Lauren Hunt with the start command.
Easy. That opener flew.
That was pretty. That was pretty. Iris gets that start command. And just as pretty.
Yeah.
Very technically sound benchers from both platforms. That's going to be 3 white lights for both. We're going to follow that up with Miss Melanie on platform 1 and Miss Jordan on platform 2. 75 kilos and 55 kilos, respectively.
Melanie taking the big red as well. We got Jordan.
Whoa, Melanie with the Exorcist setup. I'm a big fan of those.
So we have a lot of 67 and a half lifters today.
Oh, yeah.
They actually changed the national schedule this year because there were so many 67.5 kilo lifters that
Really?
they just put us all on one day to ourselves.
Oh, so that day is just 67s.
67s, and then on the men's side, it's 75s and 82s.
That's interesting. That makes sense because there's a ton of 82 and a halves
Right.
on the men's side. If I'm being honest, it might be the most like contested class, 82 and a half,
Yeah, I think I'd agree with you on that.
between them and the 75s. 75s nowadays, especially on the world level. But Anna Stafford, platform 2, 57 and a half kilos.
And then over 200-pound opener for Jana. She was our big squatter today. Look at that arch. Wow.
Whoa, look at the ribs.
I know.
That thoracic expansion is absolutely nutty. I'm going to meet her after the meet and take notes because I need to teach that for my lifters. That is phenomenal. All right, Miss Alyssa Natasia, she's going to do 126.
Katie on taking 95 kilos as a 67. Also a big bench. I'm impressed by all these benches today.
I know. All right, Miss Alyssa gets that start command on platform 2. Nice and easy opener. Let's see how Miss Katie does.
They got, they're lifting on Alico combo racks today. Very ritzy.
Very, very, very jealous of that. I love me some Alico benches.
I think I've only benched on an Alico once.
Oh, they're great. They're great. Those things are sticky. We've got Jasmine Sepulveda. Platform 2, she's going to take 132. And then Kimberly Neville, our guest lifter, she's going to take 52 and a half over on platform 1. That's 115 pounds. Jasmine with a very close width bench there.
Three
It's gonna be
white lights. Very segmented bench, but the
I
bar
was
didn't
just
go
about
down.
to say that was very segmented. I was very nervous about it going up and down as well.
Right. It was like a 2-point pause bench.
Right.
Or I guess 3-point.
I've given that to my lifters a couple times. They've hated me for it, but they've thanked me later.
I actually really like doing 2-point pause at bench. So
Yeah.
like pause on the chest, pause maybe like 2 inches off the chest. That's always where I like flare my lats. So like being able to think about it and
Yeah.
try not to.
Here comes Megan Fenster, 60 kilo. Very easy. And a lot of these openers are going to be pretty easy for our ladies, as we want them to be. We want to be sure we're on the board.
Especially bench.
Yeah, bench is the most technical lift of all the three, which means it's the easiest to mess up.
Right. But especially if you have to like maybe cut a little bit of weight. I think a lot of the strength loss shows up in bench.
Oh, very much so. And we are on to second attempts on platform 1. Samantha Lafredo started us off with a 3 white light bench there. Angela's over on platform 2. She's going to open us up at 62.5 kilos. 137. That is 1 plate bench for our teen lifter.
So apparently Nick prescribed a 5-second and then 2-second pause tempo bench for one of his lifters.
Marina, go home.
Evil.
Marina, go do something.
Nicole Franco, 67.5. Exactly body weight bench. We love to see
I
it.
remember the first time I benched body weight, and it was the biggest celebration ever. Oh. Nicole Franco started fading. So one thing you'll see there, ladies and gents, once you kind of start fading back towards the head, it gets a little bit tougher to keep the lats under you, keep the triceps under you. And so at that point, it's really just chest. And so it'll be that much harder to keep that lockout.
So, yeah, keeping back tightness in bench is very important.
Absolutely. And would you look, we've got Monica DeBarros. She is benching. She is going to finish out the meet. Unfortunately, she was not able to post a squat due to depth, but we'll see how bench pans out for her.
Well, that looked really easy.
That was
to me.
beautiful. 3 white lights.
Nicole taking 67.5 as well. Let's see that
All right.
side angle. Very nice. She held her positioning very well.
Absolutely, 67.5. That's a good 5-kilo jump. 5 kilos is pretty good. And now we see that left judge, yellow light. I saw it too. Just the slightest bit, that butt came up.
Oh, so actually not Catherine, the previous bencher's handler is Sophie Vieras, who just won Equipped Nationals.
What?
So we got a celebrity in the house.
I got to meet her. Big fan.
Dawn taking 65 kilos.
Oh, Don, can we get those triceps out? And we get the replace command by head judge Tony Lee.
All right, so not a great thing to fail the first bench on strength, but I'm hoping she just got out of position.
I'm hoping that as well, and it's exactly right. When you have an opener that's super heavy, you kind of have to take it into a second gear. You know, you kind of have to talk to your coach or handler, be like, hey, what went wrong, because I have to get this next lift, because you can't go down. That's one important thing that we didn't mention with all of this. If you put a lift down and if you put a number down, you can't go down from whatever number that is. So Miss Jatsa, for example, on platform 2, she's opening at 65. Let's say she misses this. I mean, I hope she doesn't. I don't think she will. But let's say anything does happen where she would have to retake this lift. She can't drop down to like 62.5 or 60 kilos. She has to stay at 65.
So we have a question. Can you still do the rest of your meet if you bomb out on squat or bench, even if it doesn't count?
I'm not going to answer that question because Marina knows the answer.
Well, I'll
And Marina was
answer
the
it.
one that answered it. That's my lifter. I give her poop all the time. No, that's okay, Marina. You can still do the meet.
I think there are exceptions at like very high level meets, but I think even nationals you can still finish if you bomb.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So at least in the USAPL you're good.
In the Fed that matters. What? Who said that, guys? Come on. All right, Carly Cummings. Callan, your mom's benching. Wake up. 154.
Alexa
big bench.
Mendoza.
Woo! Very easy opener for Miss Carly.
That's a good feeling.
If anybody's watching it at home. Actually, I don't know where I was going with that. Never mind. Don't mind me.
70 kilos for Alexa. Second attempt.
Good segue. Appreciate that.
Oh, wow. Easy second attempt. That looked like an opener. Oh, but her butt came off the bench, unfortunately. Or she missed the command. One of those.
I'm going to say she missed a command. It looked like she racked that pretty quickly.
Right.
That would be that'd be my prediction, my assumption.
So
Here comes Miss Lee.
After I skipped the rack command at the Arnold, okay, to be fair, I thought I heard it, but I guess I didn't. So my new philosophy is to just hold the weight there until the spotters and loaders force it back into the rack.
Absolutely. Yeah, I tell all my lifters that. I said it when you're done squatting, do not move.
Yeah, just let them do the work for you because
Yes.
they're going to take the bar when they hear it.
Absolutely.
77.5 for Corinne.
That's 170 pounds even. That is a very stacked bench. And what I
Yeah.
mean by stacked is like there's so much under the bar. And by that I mean her elbows and her arms are perfectly aligned under the bar. She's got a ton of thoracic extension. She's got a ton of leg drive, very close to the proximity of the bar. So having everything stacked and compact makes you a much, much stronger bencher.
That's like the most powerful you could be, really.
Ooh, Natasa, very beautiful opener. 2.5 kilos up from her second attempt. That's 3 white lights. And then Lauren Hunt, another 2.5 kilo jump. Very smooth.
Yeah, I almost would have taken a 5 kilo jump, but her handler knows her best.
That's right. That's right. All right, here comes Miss Tanya over on platform 2. We've had a couple shout-outs from Miss Tanya. 5 kilo jump up to 126 pounds, excuse me.
And we have Ashley. We have a lot of people taking 77.5 kilos right now.
That's the magic number.
That's a bit. The tougher part about taking the same weight is you get a little bit less rest on the flight.
Yep. And that's a good bench there for Ashley Raposa. Unfortunately, that's going to be a no lift for Miss Tanya.
All right, we're jumping up to 80, we broke the 77.5 kilo streak on platform 1.
Are we already on second attempts for both flights?
We are.
For the second flight?
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah.
We are moving, folks. We are moving.
Well, just wait till we get to deadlifts. We don't have to adjust the rack.
I've got the Pit Vipers ready.
80 kilos. She's got a very elaborate setup for Melanie.
Ooh, I like Melanie's bench, though. Both of those benches very stacked across the board. And both moved about the same.
That would
Like, I think they both pressed it at the same time.
yeah. Well, that would like confuse me because the platforms are right next to each other, so like you really need to know the voice of your rep.
Yeah, yeah, that head rev has to be loud. There was a point in time where I think it was my second or third meet where I heard a ref on the other platform.
Oh no.
And I jumped my press command. Oh, it was so bad.
Yeah, that's hard because it's not really like.
And I got out from under the bench too, like, oh, that was a really fast press command.
Yeah.
Oh, you didn't say it? Oh, my fault.
Hopefully it wasn't your last.
No, it was my second.
Oh, okay. We're good then. Easy bench for Jordan.
Now here comes Jana with that massive bench. Look at that arch. Wow.
A little bit of a grind, but I still think there's more in the tank for her.
Jana, my goodness. All right, Anna Stafford on platform 2. 132 pounds. Loaded up.
That's pretty much a plate. She's got a plate on her side.
I'm going to say that's a plate.
And almost 2 plates for Katie on. 220 pounds on platform 1. And that's just her second attempt, ladies and gentlemen.
Again, imagine being strong. I could never. 67.5 kilos, benching 100. That is absolutely nutty, folks. 130 plus 67.5. Is that like 130, roughly? I don't know the weight.
For what?
67.5 kilo.
148.
I was kind of off, but to be benching 220, pretty wild for a second. Here goes Miss Jasmine. Very close grip, but it works. 3 white lights.
Very nice. Close grip can be, as I said, some of the best powerlifters in the world with close grip.
And oftentimes you find people that are close grip like have shorter arms on average, and so they find that they're able to get a lot more contraction out of their triceps rather than having to go wide and stick to their chest. All right, Kimberly Neville, she's rounding off our third attempts of our second flight on platform 1, 55 kilos, 121 pounds. Megan Fenster, 137 with a beautiful dragonfly tattoo on the thigh. I like that.
Fortunately, no lift for Kimberly, but only loses 2.5 kilos on the day.
That's going to be a good lift. On platform 2, followed up by Miss Alyssa. She's going to also take 137.
So what do you think is more important in a bench, having a strong back or strong triceps?
Having a strong back, 100%.
I agree.
Having a strong back, 100%. Obviously, triceps, like you need triceps, especially for lockout strength.
Right.
But if you don't have a strong back, you can't get into any of the positions. You can't have any sort of muscles to derive any sort of strength from when you're in, heavier pressing situations like that. Having a strong back helps you maintain your positioning, helps maintain your arch. And not only that, but you need it for squat and deadlift in more ways than one.
Exactly.
A lot of people like to simplify squat, bench, and deadlift into, oh, well, squat's primarily your legs. Oh, bench is primarily your chest. No.
No.
All 3 movements are whole body movements in their fullest extent.
Right.
And so it's very important to think of them as such.
Another reason to call attempts wisely.
Exactly. Exactly. Because, case in point, we'll play a little scenario here. We're watching Miss Angela, for example. Let's say she has a very, very strong second attempt. which she does.
Which she
That was
does,
phenomenal. And she goes up pretty heavily for her third attempt, right? Let's say that third attempt doesn't go as smoothly. Let's say it's super, super tough. What she might find is that if she doesn't have as strong of a back, as strong of a support, that arch is going to collapse.
Right.
That arch is going to collapse. You're going to cramp up. And so as soon as you get out from under that attempt, you're going to be hurting.
Right.
And you're going to have so much soreness to try and overcome as you're warming up for pulls. Strong triceps is just a bonus.
Yeah. I like my tri exercises. Unfortunately, okay, so she failed that on strength on platform 2, but that looked like she had it, just her butt came up. So I think she could be able to pull it together and get that third attempt.
No, yeah, she, it definitely, well, so the first attempt was strength. Second attempt, her butt came up.
Right, right. So what I'm saying is like, okay, put it together, and you can get
Got
that
this.
attempt.
Catherine Berger with a big 70 kilo. Ooh, I think that's a good lift.
Yeah, that looked good to me.
Oh, no, her
Unfortunately,
butt
the
came up. Her butt must have popped up a little bit there.
So it looks like someone's actually ref testing today.
Yep.
So that's good. If you guys have been involved in the powerlifting community for over a year, you are eligible to become a referee. So just something to think about.
Monica DeBarros with a beautiful second attempt there. She's going to be followed up by Jatsa. She's also going to take 154. And Nicole's going to take 154. Twinsies. Yes, it is my goal to get my state ref exam before the end of the year. I just need to find a couple free weekends
Yeah.
when I'm not commentating or coaching.
It seems like you probably know all the rules by now.
I'd like to think I do. Goodness gracious. I'd at least like to think I do. I don't, though. There's some rules that I don't know.
I think when I took my test, I got really nervous and missed like 5 squat calls in a row, and then I didn't miss anything else.
Oh.
'Cause I'm like, okay, pull it together. And then I pulled it together. Jada, that looked like a really good bench for her, and it's 3 white lights. Jessica is taking 72.5 kilos for her third and final attempt, trying to get every kilo into her total.
That's right, and we've got Miss Carly Cummings coming up for her second attempt.
Oh, and can she make it past that sticking point? Unfortunately, no, not today.
All right, and we see Miss Carly letting that head spotter know how she wants that lift off. Again, always important to remind that head spotter.
And Alexa Mendoza taking 75 kilos. She missed 70. I think that's because she missed the rack command. Yeah, so that one looked really easy.
And that's a trend I've noticed too. You know, oftentimes if you miss the rack command, you probably it probably moved a little bit too well.
Yeah, you're just like, okay, that was like just like a everyday normal bench press, you know?
That's right. Oh, Carly, phenomenal. Carly's had an amazing day thus far. She has yet to have a single red light. She has yet to have a single red light on any of her attempts. That is absolutely beautiful.
That's called training to
Callan,
standard.
Callan, at home, if you're watching, your mom is a baller. Alexa Mendoza, big 75.
That was
Yep.
easy, and she
Look at the
waits for that
dismount.
command.
The dismount. Oh, I appreciated that. 2 to 1. That's a great lift.
Karen Yen, 52.5 kilos.
And she is going to start off our third attempt, so we are just cruising and bruising right along.
There we go. 80 kilos for
Ooh, a
Corinne.
big press. Oh, unfortunately not able to grind it out off the chest there. See, case in point, 50 to 52 kilos. 2.5 kilos is all it takes to get stabled. Been in that position many, many times myself.
I've heard people argue that, like, they should let lighter weight class women, like, chip their benches. I think it's an interesting concept. Just because, like, when you're already 50 kilos, like, 5 pounds is not negligible anymore. I've just heard people throw
That's
around
interesting.
that idea.
No, I can absolutely. I mean, I can be a proponent of that. Marina, one of my lighter lifters, she would benefit very, very much from doing like smaller increment, maybe 1.25 jumps. Not even necessarily chipping like half kilo, kilo or anything like that. Just like the next step down, maybe 1.25 kilos. Lauren Hunt with a big 80-kilo bench, 176 goes down nice and easy. And she came off really happy with that.
Jordan's taking 62.5 kilos. That's the big 137-pound bench. Let's go, Jordan.
And Jordan's team Hogan,
Jordan
Ashley Raposa.
is also a referee.
Oh, is she?
Thanks, Jordan. We have Ashley. She's taking the 80 kilos. Oh, and Jordan makes easy work of the 62.5 kilo bench.
All right, Ashley Raposa, big. Oh! Looks like we saw a little bit of the bobble with the elbows right off the chest, and then that kind of took her out of her rhythm there.
She lost a little bit of tension there.
That's okay, though. That was only, I believe that was only a 2.5 kilo jump, so I think she should be okay.
I bet you she's going to go to the gym on, like, Tuesday and retake that and hit it.
Oh, I do that all the time. There was a streak where I missed my last attempt deadlift for, like, 4 meets straight, and so the day after, I would go into the gym and just yank it. Pound plates and a deadlift bar, of course.
Usually after meets, the last thing I want to do is, like, pull something heavy. I'm like, yeah, I'm over it.
Now, Natasa, I don't believe that's going to be a good lift there. That's going to be 2 red lights. Now, one thing I noticed here, those blocks are really, really high for her.
So they actually have different sizes you can choose from.
They do. Do you know what those sizes are?
I don't.
I don't either. I think it's like 10, 20, and 30 centimeters. I'm not sure.
Something like that.
Something like that. But I feel like that box was way high for her. And so when she was getting her leg drive, it's almost like she was doing a hip thrust almost.
Interesting. That could have been what happened. I wasn't watching too closely, honestly.
Anna Stafford, close grip, wide feet. Can she finish out? Keep the butt on the bench. Lock the triceps. Pinkies down.
I think I saw some butt come up.
I did too, but what are the judges? 3 white lights. Wow. Wow.
And we are wrong again.
See,
thank goodness.
We're just commentators. We are not. I am not a judge.
Jana going for the big 100-kilo bench. Oh, he's a
220.
milestone.
Look at how close her back is to her legs.
I don't.
Look at that flexibility.
That's wild.
I could never. Have you thought about a career in the circus?
She's probably a gymnast.
Whoa!
Easy.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
That
good
is
bench.
huge.
Great bench.
I have to clap for that. That was awesome. That was awesome, Miss Jana. Oh, my goodness. I was reading Dawn's last name at the same time.
Oh, yeah, that checks out. So, okay, Dawn has to get this lift to stay in the meet. I think it's definitely possible. She just really needs to focus up there.
Yep, so like we said, that first attempt, I believe it was strength. Second attempt, butt came up. So if we're able to put those two together, we'll be set.
All right, third time is a charm. Katie taking 102.5. Come on, live stream. Okay, good. It's back. That's the 225-pound for Katie on.
All right, Dawn,
Come
here
on,
we go.
Dawn.
That's a good lift. Your feet can slide. That is allowed. That is a good lift. She is in the meet.
She stays in the meet.
3 white lights.
Wow.
That's a way to finish out, Dawn.
That is nerve-wracking.
Woo! To have it come down to third attempt bench, too? My God.
Way to pull through, Dawn.
All right, ladies and gents, if you're watching on Platform 1, our coverage is over for bench press. So
We'll miss you. See you
for
in
10 minutes. Yeah, we'll see you in 10. Go and get you a Capri Sun, get you a bag of Cheez-Its, and we'll see
Is
you
it lunchtime?
in just a little bit. It's almost lunchtime.
Get yourself a grilled cheese.
Ooh, that's a good one. We'll see you in 10.
The deadlift is a simple and pure feat of strength. Once the bar is loaded, lifters have 60 seconds to begin the lift. There are no start commands and you can begin whenever you like. The lifter has to stand up with the bar with their knees locked, hips at full extension, and their shoulders back. Once they do, they'll get a down command and can guide the bar back down to the floor. Easy peasy. There are 2 deadlift styles. In a conventional deadlift, lifters grip the bar outside of their legs, or they grip the bar in between their legs with a wider stance called a sumo deadlift. Each of 3 referees can give a red or a white light, and lifters need any 2 out of 3 white lights or better for a successful lift. There's a few reasons for a missed lift. It's a red card if they didn't stand all the way up with their shoulders back, or if they didn't lock their knees at the finish of the lift. It's a blue card if there is downward movement in the hole of the bar on their way up, or if they support the bar on their thighs to lever the bar up to lockout, sometimes called hitching or ramping. And it's a yellow card if they lower the bar before receiving the down command, or if they release or slam the bar to the floor, or if they lose balance and take a step by accident. Those are the rules of the deadlift.
Testing. Okay. Hey, welcome back. This is Jackie, and we are starting off our deadlift flight on platform 1. Uh, just to introduce myself again, my name is Jackie, or Pizza Princess, and I will be talking you through deadlifts today along with my co-commentator, Nick. So welcome back. If you're new, welcome. On platform 1, we have Tammy. She's taking the 82.5 kilo opener. She's one of our masters lifters. Very strong opener. I know you can't see us, but we have some pit vipers on and we look really cool. Looks like we have 2 more minutes on platform 2.
Yeah, y'all can hear me now. Pit Vipers on. The party's starting. Platform 1, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the 2023 Northeast Regional Championships here in beautiful Albany, New York. Emma Mancina is going to start off our party because, you know, once the weight hits the floor, the party starts. She's going to open us up with 95 kilo. That is 209 pounds for a beautiful sumo opener for Emma. And we've still got just a few seconds left before our action starts over on platform 2. So if y'all are watching, hold tight. We'll get started here shortly.
Someone should tell Emma to actually put some weight on the bar because that was way too easy.
Absolutely it was.
Then we got Joyce taking the same weight. That's over a 200-pound deadlift for
That's
those
right.
of you who don't speak kilo.
Yeah, we only do our numbers in freedom units. We don't go by the Queen's math. Joyce makes very, very easy work. Yeah, the sunglasses are a thing. I'm so happy.
Kenny Wong's coming out to pull 102.5 kilos on his deadlift. That's 2 plates in the gym of iron plates. So let's go, Kenny. So you might notice some people are pulling with their legs close together and some with their legs wide apart.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to explain the different kinds of deadlifts?
Absolutely, I can. Yeah, so there's actually 3 kinds of deadlift.
Oh, my bad.
No, it's fine. I don't like, a lot of people don't consider it technical style, but it is. So you've got a conventional, which is the one that you'll find most often people will use. That is where, oh, hold on 1 second, gotta fix the camera. That is where the hands are placed outside of the feet or outside of the legs, so your feet are gonna be a little bit more narrow. That's gonna emphasize a lot more of your glutes, your hamstrings, and your lower back. Sumo deadlift, on the complete opposite end of the spectrum, your feet are going to be outside of your hands. And so that width can be varied per the lifter. It's really just a matter of their preference, but you can go as far out as to even touch the plates in terms of that width.
I do that.
I do not. No, I would break my toes every time because I would forget to turn my toes in. And then the third style that not many people know about, but I think is becoming more popular, is the froggy stance deadlift, made popular by the one and only Angelo Fortino. If you're watching, shout out, homie. He kind of does a little bit of it's kind of like a hybrid between sumo and conventional. It's
Right.
Your feet are still technically outside of your hands, but in a way, oh no, sorry, your hands are still inside your leg.
But
Wait.
your knees are out.
Yes, yeah. That's what I meant to say, yeah. So your feet are still very close in, but they're still outside of the hands, and your knees are a lot further out. So that's kind of giving you more of a squatted position into the deadlift. But again, all of these, personal preference. And based off what their bodies are, built for. I am not built for conventional,
Me
but I
either.
have to because I can't do sumo.
Oh, no.
Yeah, knee injury. Long story. But, yeah, so now I'm forced to have to pull conventional, which, darn.
My condolences. My conventional is so bad.
Do you think sumo's cheating?
No.
I do.
I'm just saying.
And I love
The
sumo.
people who say that, if you could pull sumo and, you would.
I like the way you think. If you could, you would.
Exactly.
And you don't, so you won't.
All right, we have Prem coming out. Prem is one of our crowd favorites here.
He is. And we've got Yael on platform 2, opening up with 319.
Very nice. So Prem's pulling sumo.
Prem is pulling sumo. I'm here for that.
So you might notice that everyone's wearing these goofy looking socks. You actually have to wear tall socks during the deadlift. And the reason why that is because the bar scrapes your shins, and it's actually a biohazard not to.
Yeah, absolutely right. Absolutely right. Oh, so it looks like Prem missed.
So his shoulders were
Yep.
soft, yeah.
And so similarly, there's really only 1 or 2 calls that will be a true red light or a red card for all 3 of the compounds, squat, bench, deadlift. The primary one that we see a red light on for deadlifts is soft shoulders.
Right.
Or soft shoulders or soft knees, excuse me.
Exactly, yeah.
And so if we don't have, If we don't have full lockout of both of those joints, then we're not going to get a no. We're going to. Words are hard. We will be getting a no lift.
I guess you guys watched the video before this, but you can't support the bar on your thighs, and sometimes that can be very nuanced.
Yes.
Like
yes.
you could watch
what's
the
that
lift.
called?
That's called hitching. So it's like you see a lot of strongmen, like it's very exaggerated. They like rest the bar on their thighs, but it can happen in like literally like half a second.
Yep, it could be just this. It could be the bar just gets caught on your thighs.
Right.
But if it looks to any of the referees that that bar isn't going up in one smooth motion, then that could be their cause for calling a hitch.
All right, good lift. Good lift on platform 1.
And a good lift on platform 2 through white lights. Philip makes easy work of that one.
Oh, yeah. So Patria, she's coming out for her deadlift opener. 147.5 at 56 kilo body weight. That's a big deadlift. And we got Sorry about that. We had some important matters to take care of.
We did. Meet director came over here with Pit Vipers. We can't say no.
We
All
have
right.
Saul. So I feel like Saul is like, this is the type of body proportions you want for sumo deadlift.
Absolutely. So if you're watching, his belt is right at his waist. So from his belt to his shoulders, that's how big his torso is. But look how long his arms and legs are.
Yeah,
Look at that motion right there. That's pristine.
beautiful sumo.
Would you look at that? That's a beautiful lift. 3 white lights. Here comes Nelson Castillo.
185, 407 pounds.
Very nice.
We're already at second attempts for platform 1.
We are moving and grooving. We really, really are. Trevor Schnitzer, platform 2, raw teen 2 lifter between the ages of 16 and 17, opening deadlift with 407. I couldn't pull 405 until senior year of high school, and I was very easily 18, 19. So no way, no way.
Easy. And the Nikes. That looks so cool.
That's a good lift for Trevor. Tammy Allen making her way up to the platform with 90 kilo. And then we've got Matthew Lee at 200 kilo. That's a 440-pound opener.
Now, she's a Masters 5, but I would have thought she was in, like, maybe her 40s.
Listen, if I can move like that at 80 to 90, 89 years old,
That's very impressive.
if I'm still walking,
I'm still breathing.
if I'm still breathing, let's be honest here. If I'm still breathing.
Matthew Lee, 200 kilos. Easy opener. We got Emma, our teen 1 lifter, 60 kilos. She got some long arms too. Those are great for deadlift. Then we got Manuel. I really like that old school SBD singlet.
I know. I like it a lot. I wish they still made, like, multicolor singlets like that.
I almost like the color blocking pattern.
Yes. Yes.
Although I have an SBD singlet. I do like it.
I only wear SBD singlets. I don't know why. It's just a thing.
I feel like it's
just-
because
I've
I
just-
spent the money to buy one, and now I'm like, I have to wear it because I. If I got a new singlet though, I do like the A7 colorways. Like, they're just so interesting.
Yeah, I would. Now, if I were to compete again, I might get an A7 singlet just because of the cool colorways.
Yeah, I kind of want a pink singlet.
That's the I want a purple singlet.
Yeah.
I want a purple singlet, and I want one of their highlighter green singlets that just came out.
Oh yeah, those ones are cool too.
Jenny
Nope.
Wang getting
Look
loaded
good
up
with
for
your pit
platform
vipers.
1. Oh, with the Vipers too? It'll be over.
130 kilos. At 52 kilos body weight.
All right, then we've got Colin Murillo, 496-pound opener, 3 white lights. Yeah, folks, we're just casually moving into the 500s for opener pulls on the second platform. No sweat.
Okay, so Eric Hogan is indeed a big puller. I think
From
you
what we've
asked
heard.
that earlier, and yeah.
Good. I think someone answered that, and we can see clearly. He's going to be opening up with 501 pounds, and I can respect the headband, Mr. Hogan. I'm going to give you a handshake after this. Excellent work.
He's
With
a
the
fun
matching A7?
fun lifter to watch. He also has cool jewelry. I don't know if you noticed that.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, and
Morgan
unfortunately,
Barnes.
Morgan. Let's see if she can come back and get that for her third attempt. Does he pull conventional?
Yeah, that was conventional.
Wow.
All right, we're moving back on up to we're moving up to our second attempts on platform 2. Jennifer Wong, she's going to go up 2.5 kilos, so decently modest. I imagine that first attempt, if she is going to go up to her second, I imagine that first was probably a miss. Not really on technique, but more so probably like a command or something like that.
Mm-hmm. I can't quite remember what she missed on.
I can't either, yeah. Paige White with a monster second attempt pull. Got a little bit of a stick past the knees, but a very strong lockout, 2-1.
Looks like the knees were maybe a little soft. That's an easy fix.
Yep.
Oh,
Jennifer
that was
Wong.
so easy. Okay, again, one of those cases where if I missed my first, I would still go up.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, case in point. Case in point. Morgan Wilderman, Mackenzie Anderson, platform 2 and platform 1.
If you guys
Mackenzie, oh, go ahead.
okay.
I
If you
was
guys
missing
have any questions about deadlifts, feel free to hit up the live stream chat.
Yeah, this is a whole new lift, whole new rules. Oh, Marina, yes, there are 2 sessions. Second session starts at like 2:30, something like that.
Michelle Walters getting ready to pull 142.5 kilos at 52 kilo body weight. I almost said 52 pounds.
She weighs just above the bar, ladies and gentlemen. All right, we've got Yael. Bars loaded, 147.5, 325 pounds. Michelle Waters with a very clean
Wow, that
second
was
attempt.
Beautiful. Yael. 147. She only opted to go up 2.5 kilos. But looks like she got that pull. And Prem needs to lock out his shoulders a little bit. He got called on soft lockout. So why would somebody want to deadlift with wrist reps?
I'm not the person to ask for that. The only thing that I can think of, also Prem, he is on the board.
go.
That's another state record for Prem. That's 2 state records on the day. He got himself a state record squat and deadlift.
Very nice.
And he got both of those on his second attempts. Imagine being that guy, bro. Imagine being that guy. But anyway, so.
He's having a great day.
Elijah, what a sumo. That was beautiful. Wrist drops on deadlift, the only thing that I can think of that they'd be beneficial for is some sort of neuromuscular connection with your grip.
Yeah, I was gonna.
That's the
okay,
only
if you
thing.
squeeze like your forearm by the wrist, it causes your fingers to curl in.
Right.
That is the only reason I could think why.
Right, but even then, like, you can't grip the bar fully if your hands are I don't know. I never got it. I know there are people that do it, and
Right.
for me, like, obviously I think it's more of a mental thing, like one of those just mental things that you can do. I don't know that it provides any necessarily like performance improvement.
Yeah. Well, the state record was just broken with them. So.
I was going to say, yeah, who am I? I'm not lifting. I am behind the microphone.
We got Patria coming out, 157.5. That is just shy of 350 pounds. That's a big pull. And Philip, he's going for the big 400.
Yep. So Marina's piping up in the chat. Marina, what are you doing on a Saturday? Go outside. She said she thinks too is for grip reasons. So I'm gonna probably agree with that. Yeah, because she even said like how they closed your hands if they're tight enough. So there you go.
Fortunately, Philip does not get it off the floor. We'll see if he tries that again.
And that's his second attempt.
Yeah. So he got his opener. So he's in the meet. And that's what's really important.
Yes, yes, that's what's really important here. As long as you get one of each on the board, you're golden. Saul Vargas, he's getting the bar loaded up. 182.5 kilo. That is 402 big old freedom unit pounds for Mr. Saul. And then Trevor Schnitzer on platform 2, 418 freedom pounds for him. We've got a conventional and we've got a sumo, ladies and gents.
Unfortunately.
Now, when you drop it at that point, it's either you feel it stop moving or there's a tweak somewhere.
Yeah.
I am hoping it's the former. I am hoping it was just strength and not any sort of tweak.
It could also be just like his grip slipped.
Yeah, it did look like he kind of like dropped it a little bit, so that could be that as well, yeah.
So, I have two questions for you. My first
I might have
is,
two answers.
why are their thighs all like have this white powder on them?
Heard. And I'm so glad you brought this up. This is one of my favorite things to talk about. I actually have a saying. So the stuff that y'all are seeing all over, if y'all are watching Platform 2, for example, all the white stuff you're seeing on Mr. Nelson's legs there, that's all baby powder. See that giant puff of smoke as he pulled up? That baby powder allows the bar to travel smoothly up the body, right? We don't want the bar getting caught on our thighs. We don't want it getting caught on our skin. We don't want it getting caught on our singlet. And so by putting powder on our legs, it gives us a much smoother surface for the bar to come up. Now, that is separate from what you put on your hands and what you put on your back. That is chalk. If you put chalk on your thighs for deadlift, you're going to have a hard time. If you put powder, if you put powder in your hands for deadlift, you are going to have a very hard time. That's why it's go ahead.
At my first meet, I definitely put chalk on my thighs because I was like, oh, what are all these people putting on their thighs?
Oh.
But I still got the pull. But it's funny looking back.
I always like to say, I always like to say, chalk makes it stick, powder makes it slick.
That's good.
That's how I like to differentiate those.
Embroider that on a pillow or something.
Yeah, if anybody's good at crocheting, can you put that on a pillow for me? But yeah, no, it's like kind of going along with that. That's why it's even more important, as we see these lifters come out for their last attempts, that they get that bar brushed off.
Yeah.
Because if you look at our conventional pullers, their powder, like the way that the bar is going, the powder that the bar is picking up is right where the sumo pullers put their hands.
Exactly.
Right? So it's important to get that scraped off each time. And speaking of, we're moving into our last attempts over on Platform 1. Miss Joyce, this is first flight, right?
This is first flight, yeah.
I lost it a little bit. But yeah, this is our first flight, last attempts over on Platform 1, so we're just cruising right along here. Matthew Lee going to take his second attempt on Platform 2, 217.5 kilo, 479 pounds. We already have the trash talk in the chat, folks. We already got the trash talk in the chat. Matt better pull 500.
What's he pulling right now?
This is 479.
Oh.
So 501 better be the call there.
If he does this well, it is definitely there.
Also, I know you're watching right now. Hi, Kayla. Miss you. Anyway.
Emma, she's taking a 242 for her final lift of the day. Very nice. All right, we'll see if she gets any downward motion. I don't think so, but we'll see what the judges say.
That's going to be a no lift for Colin there. And a no lift for Miss Megan. Ugh.
So the only time that the bar is allowed to move down is if you're locking out a sumo deadlift and you lean back and the bar comes down a little bit because you're leaning back. That's fine. What's not fine is if you like bobble down and your whole shoulders also go with it.
Yep, and so, all right, so now that we're getting into our second and third attempt pulls, we'll start to see a little bit of the placings shake up here. So Miss Morgan right now, she is a guest lifter, so she's not going to qualify for any sort of medals or anything like that. So it'll list her as first. Now, if we look over on platform 2, Colin Murillo, he's about to pull into first with this pull. Now, this will put him tentatively in first because there are still other lifters that have to pull and a whole other attempt. But this will put him tentatively in first place if he's a good attempt. And that's
nice
3 white
sumo.
lights. 529 goes down. Easy peasy. Here comes Eric Hogan. He's going to answer with his own 529.
This will keep him in first place.
All right, Jenny Wang, 137.5. I love what she did with her sumo just now. I love that. The way she pulled and she continued to externally rotate those knees to continue that process all the way up. Loved that.
She had great patience off the floor, too.
Absolutely. By opening those legs up, she almost ensures that she's not going to get pitched forward. Beautiful, beautiful positioning work. Eric Hogan rocking the blue and yellow. Conventional stance of peace.
Very nice.
What a beautiful pull.
Wow.
Dare I say he's got 550 in him? Dare I
mean,
say? You know what? I'm going to
he's on
put
a mission
550 on the
today.
bar. I'm going to call it. Call it now.
I think it depends on what his goal is. If he's already qualified for nationals, I'm assuming he's going to try to go to nationals, then for sure. But if like he needs that last deadlift, then he'll probably be a little more conservative.
Sure. I did not order a chicken sandwich. Anyway, I'll be fine. Here comes Mr. Prem. He's going to break his own state record over on platform 1. And smart lad, he's only breaking it by 2.5 keys. Smart
right.
lad. No matter how good the second moved, be conservative, be smart. And Mr. Prem is the picture of smart. That is the best pull I have ever seen him do today. That is phenomenal.
That was great. 3 white
And he
lights.
just tacks on 2.5 more keys to that state record.
Let's go, Prim.
And Gino raising his hand. Gino's rocking green today.
How tall is Gino?
With or without the boots?
I don't know.
Without the boots, I think he's like 6'2", 6'3".
Wow.
Yeah, Gino's a tall lad. Bars loaded for Michelle, 150, 330 biscuits on the bar. And then Morgan Wilderman on platform 2, 319 goes down nice and easy. And with that, Morgan solidified her 5th place spot, and so she will receive a podium spot today.
Let's go.
See, powerlifting's cool. We have podium spots 1 through 5. Aha! All right, now here comes Mackenzie Anderson. She's currently slated for first place, and so if she does get this pull, she will remain in first place. I'm not sure if there's anyone else jockeying for that position right now.
Yeah, I'm
We'll
not
have
sure
to
about
see.
the junior class.
Let me, and see, right around this time is when I'd pull up the lifting cast, so, yeah. Oh, well.
Yeah, all goes up. So she did a 2.5 kilo jump and then a 5 kilo jump on platform 2.
And, it moved a little bit slower, but, hey, that's a good lift, and she'll finish out 3 for 3.
There we go. Mackenzie makes easy work of 150. Now we got David, one of our masters lifters, taking 157.5.
Oh, take a look at the screen here. David Miller's got a state record attempt here. And now I imagine this will be for age group. So you are able to set state records in your age group as well as your weight class division.
So can you, can you chip state records?
No,
Yeah, no,
you
can't.
cannot chip state records, sadly. But But one of the new fancy amazing rules in USAPL, you are allowed to chip American records at state level meets.
As long as they have 3 national level judges, yes.
Right. That's the caveat. A lot of people go into locals, I'm going to break all these American records. Well, you got to have the judges there.
And they're hard to come by, at least in Indiana.
Yep.
That's
And you
where I'm
need,
from.
and correct me if I'm wrong, you need 3 national level judges to break a national level lift, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, so you can't have like 2 and a state judge. You gotta have 3.
Right. All about protecting the standard.
Oh, and unfortunately Caroline got stuck at the knees. She was so close. So I believe this is a PR for Patria.
Yes, I'm in the middle of coaching, but I was like,
All right, here
coming
goes
out
Patria.
for a
Woo!
Big pull. Look at the energy there.
I'm here for it. I'm hyped with her. I'm bouncing. Let's go.
Look at, she looks so happy. Come on, Patria.
Listen, if you're happy and you've got that kind of energy, oh, finish.
Oh, come on, come on.
There we
Yes.
go, Patria. Yes. What a finish. Yes, ma'am.
3
white lights.
And
What
so
a
she's
massive lift for Patria. And go her.
giving the refs a
Oh,
handshake.
man. See, etiquette, ladies and gentlemen. Powerlifting and sport etiquette. You always want to show respect. Always want to show respect for your spotters, loaders, your referees, volunteers.
That's how you want to end a meet. You want to end on that high.
Yeah. All right, let's see who is on the chats today.
All right, we got Trevor. He's trying 190 again. He got stuck in the knees, so let's see if he can make it past that sticking point. Oh, and
Can he finish? Can he
looks
finish? Can he
like-
finish? Yes, he can. Yes, he can. Yes,
Very
he can.
good.
Trevor Schnitzer, what a pull.
nice.
That is case in point,
Yeah.
not giving up on that pull. That was amazing.
182.5. This didn't break the floor last time, but we'll see. Unfortunately, not today.
No, not today for Saul Vargas. He'll still finish out with a solid deadlift, and he'll be on the board today. And he's going to be our last puller for our first flight of deadlifts. And we're going to move on to our last flight of lifting for session 1 of the Northeast Regional Championships. So after this flight is over, ladies and gents, we are done with our coverage. So watch closely.
That was fast.
I know, we're zooming.
Lee Rogers, 2025. 67.5 kilos,
Yeah, we're getting so many compliments on the glasses, which makes sense.
obviously. Just kidding. Good deadlift for Kimberly. Now I have Catherine Berger on platform 1, taking 237 for a spin for her opener. Nelson Castillo taking 210 for his third and final deadlift. You can tell it's deadlifts because the music gets way louder.
Way louder, yeah. Both of our lifters, platforms 1 and 2, getting set up for their sumo pulls. I love seeing the setups for sumo. It's almost a meme at this point.
Yeah.
And if any of you are any sort of familiar with who I am, Steve DeNovi called me, quote unquote, and gave me the best deadlift in the history of the USAPL.
I'll have to look at it.
I'll show you in the break. It's pretty nutty. I can't do it anymore because I don't pull sumo, but hey.
Is he your coach?
Steve DeNovi? No, I wish. Steve, if you're watching,
Hi, Steve.
homie. But no, he's the oracle. He's one of the greatest.
I just want to say that he's a Purdue grad, and so am I.
Boiler up,
Boiler up.
as they say, right? Is that what it is?
Yep.
Okay.
Nicole taking 130. Easy. And Manuel taking 222.5. See, these are the numbers that I don't know what they are.
That's
anymore.
490. Yeah, once we get past 4 reds, that's where I start to have fun. Oh, whoa! Thankfully, Manuel is okay. Shout out to Spotters and Loaders for being behind him there.
Looks like maybe he slipped.
Yeah, and that's a scary thing to slip on. If you're pulling sumo and you start to slip
Yeah,
out,
your
that's scary.
toes are in the danger zone.
That's right. Now here comes Matt Lee. Matt Lee, you've got people in the chat that are ready to like disown you if you don't hit this. That's 222.5. This is 490. So chat, he's going to disappoint you. It looks like it's not going to be 500. But would you rather him get a good lift or would you rather him do what you said? Come on. I'd rather him get a good lift. Come on, Matt Lee.
In those arms long. Very nice pull.
Okay,
think
now
that was
wait.
a
I
good
think he
call.
probably could have gotten 501. Never mind. Chat, I'll be mad with you. He could have absolutely gotten 501. Alexis Mendoza with a great lift. Here comes Melanie right behind with 135 kilo.
Just shy of that big 300-pound pull.
That's right, and we are moving on to Mr. Eric Hogan. I believe he's going to be our last puller on platform 2. He's going to go up to 540 pounds. He's already solidified first place.
I'm surprised he's only going up 5 kilos. His second moved so well.
Well, at that point, I think, too, you know, like you were saying earlier, like, I don't know if he's qualified for nationals or not, or, you know, at this point, if he's just looking for placing, he's got it. So he can just have him a nice, easy pull. Maybe this is a small PR for him. Who
True.
knows?
The intensity, though. Taking his time getting set up. Now we have Corinne taking 142.5.
All right, Eric Hogan gets set. Here we go.
Very nice.
Wow.
pull. Oh, and it looks like his grip slipped.
I'm going to give it to him. I think he got the down command right before. No!
I would go to the jury.
That's why you're a judge, and I'm not. Good call. Good call, Jackie.
I would still go to the jury. Like, why would you not?
Yeah, no. I think, you just saw a guy run across the screen. I think that was his coach running to the
Yep.
jury. Like, hey, what was that?
I mean, 5
Wow.
kilos could be everything.
Yeah. And now, like, now, if you're looking at Eric Hogan, I mean, he's had, like, maybe overall an RP 8.5 day.
Yeah.
Overall.
I mean, he's made his lifts look so easy.
And to have that level of a performance and going into nationals, that's wild.
Jessica, 152.5. Easy. Easy pull.
It's a nasty 336.
Katie On, she's one of the big benchers of the day.
Oh, I was wrong, y'all. Colin Murillo comes right behind with 252.5. He will be our last puller of this flight. Of this flight. And he's going to pull into first place if he makes this. Getting that good slack pull out of the bar. Big wedge here.
Oh, can he lock it out?
He got his hips through, but there might have been up and downward motion.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
What do the judges say? 2 to 1.
Wow.
That's a good lift. Wow. Wow.
He's quite the puller.
Wow. That was majestic. That
And
was
he's
majestic.
only a junior.
Wow. That's crazy.
Hey, Lauren Hunt taking, and we're starting our next flight on platform 2.
Yep. Wow. We're almost done, guys.
You sounded like
That's
that
wild.
dinosaur from The Land Before Times. Before Time. The one that's like, yep.
Oh, Ducky?
Yeah.
Thank you. That's a big compliment. All right. Ashley Raposa, bar's getting loaded for her 369.
Wow, these are some big pulls.
Yeah. Yeah. For an opener deadlift? Yeah. Yeah. All right. Looks like the bar is now loaded for Miss Angela on platform 1. A very even 220 kilo. We just saw Miss Tammy walk past, and my God.
She looks
If I
great.
could be that mobile and be that spry and strong and happy, That's the key word. If I could be happy
Yeah.
at that age, my goodness.
We got Samantha taking 177.5 for her opening deadlift.
The bar is getting loaded up now for Miss Iris Espinoza. Samantha Lofredo, that's 391 pounds. 9 biscuits away from a 400-pound pull, ladies and gents. And this is only her opener attempt. As a junior, 67 and a half. Are you kidding me? And then Iris with an even bigger pull. My gosh, 3 white lights for both platforms 1 and 2.
And Jana's opening at 400.
Now, Jana, if you remember, only had a little bit of a bobble on that first squat and has had a great day to finish out thus far. Phenomenal benching. And now, Jana, like we were saying, similar to our lifter we saw in the first session, very long legs, short torso, and actually that short torso can help you a lot on bench.
Yeah,
Because if you have a shorter torso, you don't have to contract as far. Or you can contract farther, excuse me.
easy.
So look at that. That only went up like, what, a foot?
Couldn't be me. So maybe she got one call on being soft in the shoulders, but otherwise, very good.
And then we've got Monica DeBarros, 120-kilo opener, 264.
We're already starting seconds on platform 1. And we have Gino's foot in the frame. Very nice.
Oh, yeah, that is Gino's foot.
Any meet with Gino is a good meet.
Oh, yeah. Shout out PSP Productions for, one, allowing me the opportunity to travel with y'all across the country because this has been dope. But getting to see Gino at all these meets is so fun. And getting to know Gino, too, because Gino, fun fact, was at my very, very ever first powerlifting meet.
Oh, really? Where was that?
It was in Charlotte, North Carolina, the Fall Festival of Power. Jen Thompson was one of the code meet directors.
Where is Gino from?
New Jersey.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But this is powerlifting is his life,
I can tell.
which is not a bad life to live. All right, here comes Miss Tanya. She's going to take 275 on the bar. 125-kilo Catherine Berger over on platform 1. 117.5 kilos. That's 259 pounds.
We got the Foo Fighters playing in the background.
I'm here for it. I'm here for it. Now, unpopular opinion, I love classic rock when I'm lifting. Like all the dad rock, the Metallica, Foo Fighters, Limp Bizkit. Oh, I love it.
You do you, man.
Take me back to 2004 with a Mountain Dew, baby. Come on.
As long as we're not listening to Nickelback, I'll survive.
No, especially Nickelback.
Oh, gosh.
Especially Nickelback. What?
No.
Oh.
The AirPods go in.
What do you normally listen to, either in the gym or like warming up to the platform?
Like death metal.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. What kind of death metal are we talking?
I guess not death metal, but I really love Spirit Box.
Yes.
Like,
Yes.
so good.
There's times where I'll listen to like evil metal, you know, like Lorna Shore, Beartooth, you know, that kind of stuff. You know.
Yeah.
The evil, angry stuff. Alyssa Natassia with a beautiful 275 pull.
Nicole gets that 300 secured. She looks happy. She ran away. I'm assuming that was a happy run.
Looked happy to me. I mean, it was a good lift, so.
Yeah.
All right.
Jordan, 127.5. So she pulled 300 in prep, so I'm sure she'll want to hit that on the platform.
Mm-hmm. Oh, see, look at that outside knowledge. I like that. I like that. Added some extra numbers in here. Woo!
308 for Alexa. That was
What was
very
her?
strong.
What was her PR?
300.
And that was 281, and she moved it like that.
She's on a mission.
Girlie, please. She's got at least 315 or more. Nicole Carrier, 142.5. That's 12.5 kilo jump, so it's about 30 pounds, give or take.
For deadlift, I think that's an acceptable jump.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, for me, and especially with deadlifts, because you're really just picking up the weight off the ground, so the weight's going
Right.
to feel more negligible the higher you go.
Right.
So generally making those bigger jumps, like even for my younger lifters, like if they can handle it, 10-kilo jumps on deads are perfectly fine.
Yeah.
Now, granted, I'm not going to have them do 500 freaking pounds, but it's going to be something they can handle.
Right.
Miss Dawn coming up to platform 1, 303-pound opener. I'm loving. See, that's another thing I like to see. I love looking at the different socks everyone wears. Coming up to the platform. I'm a goofy sock lad myself.
You wear like the sock that's like a chicken leg.
No,
You know
I
what
think
I'm
those are
talking
played
about?
out. I think that was so last year.
Oh, gotcha.
My socks have unicorns and donuts on them.
I like that. I love donuts.
At Carolina Primetime, my socks had flowers and toucans on them. So, I try to have fun with it.
300 for Megan. Easy.
Wow, you knew that was 300 off rip? That was crazy.
Yeah.
That's crazy. I look at 137 and a half and I say, that's 137 and a half.
155 for Corinne. It's a 341. 341. I got it. Easy.
And then Natasa with 308.
Katie Ann's taking the 352. And Natasha's taking the 308. There we go.
It's a very smooth opener. Natasa's kind of had a little bit of an up and down day. Squat panned out a little bit interestingly towards the end there. And then we weren't able to come through with that last attempt bench, but I think she's set herself up very well for nice attempts for pulls all the way across.
All sleeveless.
All sleeveless, wrist wrapless, not beltless. If it was beltless, I would quit powerlifting. People that compete beltless are a different breed. Shout out my boy Evan, Beltless Hero Academia.
There's this lifter in Britain. Her name is Joy.
Joy Nanami, yep. Love
Pulls
watching her compete.
500 pounds beltless.
Love watching her compete.
Like, who does that?
World class. Literally world class powerlifter. Lauren Hunt. I think they're going to give her that attempt.
I think so too.
And 162
Three
is
white
on the
lights.
board, yep. Miss Carly Cummings. Miss Carly Cummings. Callan, wake up. Your mom's about to deadlift. 142 and a half, 314 pounds for an opener.
165 for Jessica.
We love you. All these glasses comments, I'm here for it. See? They're a thing.
Jessica
Harley
looks
Cummings.
very tall for a 67, but I'm here for it.
Yeah, that's a long way to go.
I know.
That's one of the things I like to say, like for taller deadlifters, if you're pulling sumo, that's just a long way up. But go her. One of my, I have a lifter who's similar to that. She's basically all leg, right?
Right.
Very similar to me, because I'm primarily leg. I've got a little bit more torso, but she's primarily leg. And so,
Rest in peace.
but she also
squats.
has very right. But she also has like really bad hips.
Okay.
And so we can't let her do sumo.
Oh,
So
man.
she has to pull conventional, and she's got a long way up.
Ashley taking 175 for a spin. A little bit sticky at the lockout, but I still think she's got a little bit left.
That's right. And we've got Karen Yen Lee with a very easy 147.5 opener.
Samantha taking 185. She totally disrespected the 177.5, so
I don't know why she didn't go up 10 kilos, because she's about to disrespect this too. But, We've got Miss Angela going up 5 kilos to 231. Now, there are some kilo weights that I do know, but that's only because I know that they're weight classes too.
okay, 185 is 407, and 105 is 232.
231.
Oh, close enough.
I only know that because I was in the 105 class. Shout out the old 105s.
When I started powerlifting, the weight classes changed like so fast.
Oh my gosh, yeah. When you started That's it. The weight class has changed about 2 years ago.
I was like a 72, and then it changed to like 69, and then
Yep.
it changed to 67 and a half.
Yep.
Wow. Jana is going to take 192.5.
Yep, there's that 10-kilo jump.
I think she will be in contention for one of the best lifter by dots.
That would be wicked to see. Now here's Iris Espinoza on platform 2. 259 goes down nice and smooth. Whoa! Oh, I hate that for her.
Unfortunately, fresh off the bar. Come on.
So remember how we were, if y'all have been listening, ladies and gents, remember how we were saying that if you like miss a step on squat or you miss a command or your butt comes up on bench, if your grip fails on deadlift, I don't think there's anything more heartbreaking than that.
No, especially at lockout.
Dare I say there's anything more heartbreaking than that? And it was crazy. One of my buddies, Harrison Stockwell, he actually competed yesterday at the drug-tested USPA National Championships. Beautiful third attempt pull. And it's funny, the ref gave him the down command, and as soon as he got the down command, boom, gone.
Oh, gosh.
Harrison, if you're watching, we're all feeling for you, bud.
Kimberly, 237. And she gets it for her final attempt. What a way to end the day.
That's a good lift.
Anna Stafford taking 130. All right. Catherine Berger stepping up to take 122.5. That's about 270 pounds. And we have Alyssa taking 132.5. Three white lights. What a way to end the day. Now we have Tanya coming out for 135. Just shy of 300-pound. Second attempt. And Nicole Franco, she's jumping up to
That's 314.
314.
We're doing terrific, guys.
I was thinking about it, and I wasn't sure.
It's okay. I would not have known that it was 315. Fancy schmancy lifting cast with the pound conversion. Tanya, Miss Tanya with a big 297. Three white
Good
lights.
Oh, and what a grind for Nicole. Can she stick it out?
And she does.
And that's...
Oh.
So, unfortunately, it's hard to see from this angle, but she had a little bit of supporting on the thighs and perhaps some soft shoulders. And Jordan, this was her heaviest pull of prep. She's about to smoke it on the platform. Oh, my God. Easy. Okay, Jordan, we see you.
And now we've got Alexi Mendoza over on platform 1. 5-kilo jump from her second. I love the whoa!
That was easy.
I love that. I loved everything about that.
She's a very intense lifter.
The approach, the intensity, the energy. I'm here for all of that. Miss Dawn gets down for 308.
Can she get it past the knees? Unfortunately, it looks like no.
Looks like it got stuck there.
She has a second chance, so not all is lost.
That's right. Nicole Carrier going up 5 kilo from second to third. More of a conservative jump than her 12.5-kilo jump from first to second. But she is still slated for first place, Nicole is. So all she's got to do is finish the pull.
Just get those hips through.
Now my only call there, ramping?
Oh, I'm not sure.
Maybe? Nope. Well, actually, maybe. That might have been what that right judge saw.
No, because that would be, I think.
Oh, no, ramping's blue.
Yeah,
isn't
blue
it?
light.
That's right. That's right.
I think maybe,
See?
I
I'm
don't know.
perfectly fine with being wrong. I love it. Megan Fenster on
And
her way up, 325 pounds.
Melanie, big 330 pole. There are a ton of 67.5 lifters.
Oh, she is beauty. She is grace. She's Miss United States. Come on, Miss Melanie. 150, 330 pounds. Oh,
Oh,
beautiful
wow.
finish. Now, one of the things I want to mention, and we haven't seen it yet thus far, thankfully. Oh, that might be an iffy lift for Megan on platform
Yeah,
2.
I'm not sure what the judges are going to say.
It was shaky, which, 2-1, good lift. Yep, so that,
Sometimes it can look like downward motion if you're like struggling a
yes,
little bit,
yeah.
even if it's just your muscles.
But yeah, so,
Someone's excited. Oh, it looks like Melanie.
now one thing I do want to mention, like I said, we haven't seen it as much today, but one thing we want to watch out for is like over accentuating that lockout on sumo.
Right.
Because it's just like that. We see Corinne. Now, that was a beautiful pull, and it was 3 whites, but it's very easy for those knees to become unlocked if you lock out too far back.
Yeah.
And the second you do that, it's a no lift.
Right,
But
'cause
luckily,
you
all of
can't
our
relock
lifters,
'em.
yeah, all of our lifters are, like that, so we haven't seen that yet.
Carly Cummings having herself a day. Going to pull 335. And Katie's coming out to pull 364.
Very easy pull for Miss Carly.
She's on fire.
I love love. That's so sweet.
And unfortunately, Katie cannot get her hips through for that last lift. But she still walks away with the 417 kilo total.
Yep.
Now, Natasha is coming to pull 336.
That's right. Fortunately not able to get that past the knees. But I think a lot of that, too, she might have wedged a little bit higher than normal, and her
Yeah.
hips came up a little bit higher. So if she's able to wedge a little bit deeper, I think she might get enough of that oomph off the floor.
Right. So maybe she has a good handler there to give her that feedback.
All right.
175 for Jessica. Look at that.
Look at the smile. The joy. Oh, I love it.
3 white lights. Sometimes after you hit a big pole, it's just hard to think about what's happening.
Yep. Oh no! If I'm deadlifting or if I'm competing, don't ask me a question for like the next 3 hours.
Yeah.
If I'm done competing, don't talk to me, because my brain won't work. Karen Yen Lee, 157.5 kilo, 347.
Easy.
She dropped that with authority, folks. 3 white lights.
175 for Lauren. Very nice.
Lauren able to come back from that opener and finish out with 175
She just
on her
screamed.
total. Yeah, that was her screaming just now.
Yes.
And here comes Miss Ashley Raposa, 396. And this is going to put her into second place.
Angela coming out for 242. Oh, so it looks like we're starting our 3rd attempts on platform 2.
Hey, so we're only like probably 8 or 9 lifters behind. That's not too bad. I've been in meets where it's whole flights behind.
All right, so Ashley let the bar come out in front of her, but she still finished the lift.
See, I missed that.
Oh.
Oh, and that's a no lift either. Darn.
It looked good from the front.
It looks great from our angle.
Yep. But we can't tell the whole story.
All right, here comes Miss Angela on platform 2.
Samantha coming for the 190 kilo pole. That's nearly 420 pounds.
We get asked that a lot, so it's pretty normal.
Oh, Samantha grinds out 190. Good lift. Jana opting to take her 192.5 again. Failed on strength. Had herself a day so far.
Absolutely. Jana and Iris both. Hi, Gino. Get off the screen.
Is that Gino?
No, that was Gino on the screen earlier. I think that's one of the head refs. 3 times body weight squat, ladies and gents. You heard that right. You heard that for the echo of Gino. 192.5, 424 pounds.
That's a deadlift, not a squat.
Did I say squat? Woo! It's getting late, folks.
You gotta hold on to the bar.
Not even 1 o'clock yet. Come on, Jana. Keep a good hold on it.
There we go.
You got it. Oh, no. She started to fall forward a little bit, and she knew it. Oh, God. That is heartbreaking to watch, Jana.
She still walked away with a very impressive total.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And, ladies and gentlemen, that is going to finish up our coverage for all of Session 1 for Platform 1. We will see you back here for Session 2. We've actually got another stream for Session 2 for Platform 1, so be sure to hop onto that stream. We'll see you there. For all of you that have joined us on Platform 1, thank you. It's been an honor talking to you. It's been an honor hanging out with you. Go ahead and grab you a Lunchable and go and grab you some sour cream and onion chips, and we'll see you at 2 o'clock for Session 2.